I'm ready to go on this session.
Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GANs processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
I hope I open your eyes to the dimension of life. Life as a holistic life of your soul, which is part of the structure of the universe, not life as part of the physicality, which is part of the structure of this planet. And then we understand what the next step be if we are not prejudiced, if we are not misguided, if we are not narrow-minded, just to keep to understand what is here, I leave the rest to my soul when I'm gone. Then you find out you have a lot to learn to get to that point. I hope, as usual, I open another door, a crack in the wall, that it brings down all the misguided understanding of the past, and you become to enlighten yourself. If you listen, which is beautiful every time I hear it, to the disclaimer of every teaching, embedded in it, in the word of it, in the ethos of it, it keeps on telling you, this is individual cases. It's your job to investigate independently, to peer review if what they did suits me, if it's correct to me. It's not just for your illness, it's for the illness of your mind, your understanding of your own world of creation. And then you understand, even each intro gives you what I call independently, you decide. Does this fit me? Do I understand it? Where I missed? And does it go according to my intelligence? This is why we never have a peer review, because in the word of the disclaimer, it's your job to investigate to your understanding, and it befits you.
And welcome each and all to the Keshe American Knowledge Team for February 2nd, 2025. I'm your host, Mark Anderson, along with Alex Skork, and along with each and every one of the guests or participants. As I usually say, this is a roundtable discussion. All souls are equal, and the way you understand the understanding is the way it should be, and not to have any intermediaries. I think this is what Mr. Keshe keeps telling us, to watch out for intermediaries who would tell you how to understand this knowledge rather than understanding it yourself. As we know, it's our individual responsibility, as he said in this video, to investigate and understand this knowledge for yourself, nobody else. And so we want to thank each and every soul that's here, whether you're in the dimension of physicality or you're in the dimension of energy. And I think there's a lot of souls overseeing many of these meetings that we're quite not fully aware of. I'm sure the universal community is getting very excited about the birth of the new child, and this is what they've wanted. They're getting ready to come to the party. And as Mr. Keshe has indicated, we'll probably see not one or two in the sky, but hundreds and thousands of them in the coming time. Old friends are coming back. Other souls are going to be appearing. And some of our friends from the universal community are ready to participate, as they've planned this probably over centuries. I know Mr. Keshe talked about a detailed plan, and we'll play that. But if anyone wants to say anything, I know we had a bit of a conversation with Daniel before we started and tried to iron out some of the technical issues with Alex. And so this is why we're starting a bit late, but no one would know that unless I said that. So, but perhaps before we go any further, let's just reaffirm our ethos. Remember, the Keshe Foundation is delivering a new science, a new ethos, and a new language to this planet. And of course, as the technology, as people that never heard of the Keshe Foundation start to become aware of this, start to become peaceful just by using the technology that they've never heard of. This is part of delivering this whole thing, and I think they'll be more than ready to sign the World Peace Treaty and really appreciate the deep meaning that it has in it, even though it's only a few words. And of course, this is the exact document that the world leaders and world religious leaders will sign if need be. Again, I don't think they have to particularly sign it, but we'd see by their actions and the way they allow the technology to flow freely and be developed within their nation or within their structure. So we normally start out just reconfirming the ethos of this World Peace Treaty. And again, I'm sure everyone here has signed it. And as we've often heard, you don't have to sign it with the matter state of a pen, but you can sign it with the pen in your soul. And this is what we're offering. And I think this is all part of, again, you finding peace within yourself. Not me telling you how to do it, but you going back inside yourself and making whatever sort of peace or accommodation to work with the soul you need to. As we understand, the soul and the soul of physicality have a working relationship, but it's not as comfortable as it should be. And I think this technology will get us more and more in line, where the lion and the lamb will eat and sleep in the same nest. And if you don't know who's the lion and who's the lamb, I think you can just look at your physicality and look at your soul, and you can determine who is sort of in line and who is not sort of in line. So would anyone like to read the World Peace Treaty? Hopefully this double check we're sharing it properly. Anyone like to read this document? Well, then I'll read it. We, as citizens of the earth from this moment on, except to lay down all tools of aggression and war. We shall never think about getting involved or incite war or develop or use any tools of war on this planet or in space. And to this we all agree and swear with our, and you can delete as appropriate, swear with our nation, our territory, our council, our religion, our city, our town, or our body or our soul. Simply put your name, signature, date, position, very self-explanatory, and then have it witnessed. After signing this treaty, be proud to display this certificate wherever you consider being important to you, that everyone can see and know your ethos to fellow men and the mankind and other created beauties of the Creator. And hopefully, this World Peace Treaty begins to be plastered everywhere we go, that we all start to see it, even if it's not filled out. It's just a reminder of our commitment to peace. And of course, peace is just another step in getting to the next step, which will be interaction, of course, with the universal community and our presence in space, and most likely in the energy dimension. As Mr. Keshe said, do we need the UFOs once we understand how to travel with the soul? But he also said there's beauty in traveling with the physicality as well. And so I think we'll be entertaining both. The physical craft may take a little bit longer, but I think as he was ready to show in Iran that this UFO will be created right out of the fields. But of course, as he also said, there's no door on it. And to get inside it, you need to understand how to transmute. But we often hear in the private teachings that the secret is in the brain, and we know the soul is within the brain, and we understand that the spaceship is within the soul. It's all about this dimension of energy, which is our true nature, as opposed to what we think of as the physicality being our true nature. We were discussing, Daniel was saying how he senses humbleness here with me, and basically because I don't know anything, Daniel, this is why. Mr. Keshe has always said, I don't teach anything I haven't done myself. And of course, I haven't done a lot, so that's probably why you haven't heard me teaching a lot, because I really don't fully understand it. And now that we're moving away from talking about hydrogen and talking about carbon, and he said, this is what we have to do. We're going to take you back. Man must go back to that time when he was just understanding the emotions and the interaction of fields. I'm sure there's more to it, but I think he's trying, even though he uses carbon and hydrogen in the books and the papers in many, many ways, he said this has only been popularized in the last century. So before that and in earlier times, this was not part of our vocabulary, let's say. And as he said, this has caused quite a bit of damage. So maybe we'll move away from talking about these elements and their interaction and more zeroing in on the interaction of fields as our ancestor did when we could zero-time communicator, when we could grow a tail, when we had a tail, or many other things. If your arm got bitten off, you'd be able to regrow it because we understood the interaction of fields. Anyone would like to say anything about that, please feel free.
Well, can you hear me, Mark?
Yes, you're a little softer. Could you come close?
Yeah, sure, no problem. I was a little bit away. One aspect that we've explored, I guess, Mr. Keshe has explored, is the one where people get into accidents and hit by full on by speeding cars and get up and walk away. And this sort of fascinated me because when I was going to elementary school, there was a steep hill heading into a very busy intersection. And I was on my bike and the brakes gave way. And I went in and went into the trailer of a transport truck. And I got up and walked away. And then many years later, I was in Costa Rica, and they had changed a red light to a flashing light after a certain hour, and I wasn't used to that. And people in Costa Rica drive very slowly, normal. And I came out because I thought the car that was coming, I had plenty of time to get across. But the SUV that I was driving didn't have a lot of pickup. And we were hit broadside. Nobody was killed. The cop who came to do the report was simply amazed at the amount of damage. My SUV, which weighed 4,000 pounds, was sent through the air, 20 feet sideways. And the Honda that hit me had a severe amount of damage, but nobody was killed. And I'm saying, how did this occur? And the key was essentially, I think, that maybe my soul had something to do with both incidents, where I should have been killed. It not only, in the second instance, not only protected me, but actually protected the other participants in that crash. I can only assume or make an assumption on that. I can't prove it. I can't even verify it to any extent. But essentially, I can't explain it. I got up and walked away from the accident, no apparent damage. It did wrench my shoulder due to the seatbelt being on. And when I looked at the crash later on, the impact on my vehicle, I was on the driver's side, and that's where the impact occurred. I shouldn't have survived. I looked at the amount of damage on the car, and what I got up and walked away with, which was a little bit of glass on my face, which I picked off, and later no scarring occurred. And the cop was he couldn't believe that anybody walked away from it. But there it was, nothing. But one of the peculiarities of the traffic laws in Costa Rica is that if anybody was killed, both drivers of the vehicles would be immediately put in the slammer. And my position, of course, wouldn't have been very good being in jail. So I don't know. I can only make certain assumptions on these. But these are things that have occurred that, Mr. Keshe covers and shows us incidents of, especially where a young child is hit by an automobile, thrown 20 feet and gets up and walks away. Or another one where a person is hit full impact by an oncoming vehicle in an intersection on the crosswalk, gets up and walks away. So there are certain things that he points out in the teaching, which I've experienced on a personal basis, and I don't know whether I can say I'm lucky, but it certainly points out that we're being given facts. We're not being given, some half-baked tale. So I'm looking forward to what's coming. One thing that's occurred to me, I've seen a lot of these things that are going on now with green screen. Is this an attempt on those who would rather keep this knowledge behind, or at least suppress, that those that see what's going to be coming will just ascribe what's coming to green screen? I gave my youngest daughter, I pointed her to, the plasma dome by Mark South. And she said, "Oh, that's only trick photography." So, well, there we are. I don't know, but I see what's coming, and I'm very anxious to be able to get some sort of validation on what I've been trying to, in all positive innocence, trying to describe what's coming, because nothing is negative about it. But essentially, that's all I have to say on it. So thanks for giving me that opportunity to speak.
Beautiful, thank you. Yeah, we see these type of accidents quite often, every day in a way, where, I mean, around the world, where people walk away from something that seems to be impossibility. Even Mr. Keshe expressed his own experiences with one of the cars ended up on the wall, and he was standing outside, and when they came, "How did you get here?" He says, "I don't know. I just appeared here," and no injuries, nothing was messed up. Does anyone want to explain the way Mr. Keshe explained this to us? And we've heard this from other knowledge seekers like Jackie, who had a couple of accidents, and he felt that the soul actually, again, I think the explanation is that the soul retracted your physicality for a nanosecond until the crash was over. It wasn't time for you to leave yet. There was more work that needed to be done, or the soul had to gather more energies, or for whatever reason. So in that part of a nanosecond, it withdrew the physicality back into itself and then recreated it in another nanosecond. And this is why it seems, how could the person walk away? Yes, go ahead.
Variant on that as well, Mark, where he described that where the vehicle actually isn't even damaged. It's a intersection T situation, and the people involved find themselves on the other side of what should have been an accident, no explanation. Like, in other words, the whole physical position of the vehicles involved was reset so that they didn't collide. They just passed on through each other.
I think that's very possible too.
Yeah. No, I think
Oh, you mean they went through each other?
they went through each other. Yeah.
Yeah, I haven't heard that particular thing, but we know, as he explained, was it the last workshop where we can take a piece of rope and pass it through the ship and it comes out the other side as a piece of rope?
I didn't hear that.
Yeah,
But
where almost, I think he described it as a bullet that doesn't kill, where we can package certain things of physicality within the plasma field, and that can actually pass right through you, come out as the other side, as the matter state. So again, there are so many things. Would anyone like to share anything about this? Please feel free. But yeah, beautiful. Again, it wasn't your time. This is the understanding that I received from the teaching. And the soul had more work that needed to be done. Remember, this is all a operation of the souls, as we're understanding. And this is just an amazing thing, how the soul has created a temporary tent, a very small nuclear reactor in a way, for it to have a place to reside for a few decades or longer and do its work. But as I said, we haven't even understood the full work of the body of the man and all these beautiful interactions and transmutations and everything else that's going on within our own structure. So
well, I have a feeling, Mark, that I'm still here for a reason that hasn't been yet.
You're correct. I believe you're correct. And you got T-boned, in other words, what they call a T-bone, where you get hit on the side.
Yeah, right into the driver's side.
Yep. Very similar to what we saw with this helicopter and right into the airplane in Washington, D.C. Unfortunately, no one survived there. But as he said, even with plane crashes, you can actually survive those in the same manner.
Yeah, no, it's, I guess there's a time for everything, Mark, and if it's not supposed to occur, prior to that particular destination point, then it doesn't happen to disrupt that. So I can hardly wait to see what's awaiting me, because I shouldn't be here by all means. Maybe other people think that as well, but the key is essentially, I'm very lucky to be alive, as we all are, at this particular junction in
Mhm.
our journey. As a civilization, I'm speaking of. And what's coming is going to be very exciting.
Extremely. Again, beyond the imagination of the man, and we've only seen 5% what is in the Keshe Foundation. So 95% of it we haven't seen. As he said, we develop systems, we just put them on the shelf, develop another system, maybe show it, maybe not show it, put it on the shelf. So this is the rapid succession of release of the technology, where I think he said in this, he used the example of the boxer, and when it gets hit so many times, it's punch drunk, as they call it. He said we're going to make humanity punch drunk with all of the technology released, again, beyond the science fiction and the rest of it.
Well, it's a long time coming. Well, at least for our personal selves, Mark,
Yes, yes, you've been around for quite a long time, but just think how long Mr. Keshe has been here trying to learn the ways of the man. As he said, he's been walking this planet for thousands of years, leaves one city as an old man and appears as a child in the other city. And of course, this is the aspect of immortality that we're all capable of achieving. And as we know, Christ showed this to us, but yet it was covered up. Another story was written over the original story, so to speak. I think we would have been, at least in the Christian world, we would have been a lot further if we understood what Christ actually achieved on the cross. He didn't die on the cross, he walked off the cross. Well, they took him off the cross, but in the meantime, the soul came back and changed his appearance so that he could walk out of that entire situation. So again, the soul played an important role in allowing Christ to move to northern Spain, southern France, in that area, and continue on. But it's something
No,
we
too bad.
all can do. Go ahead. Sorry.
Oh, yeah, oh, sorry, Mark. No, it's too bad that the scriptures, well, at least the ones that we followed ever since Sunday school, have been written in a way to actually, in the end, make us disbelieve that we have a soul. My ex-wife, for instance, who's still my friend, as I mentioned earlier, she was actually went to part of her education in a convent. And the surprising thing was that when I came back from Costa Rica a few years ago, we got talking, and I was sort of trying to pass on what I knew, which is not a lot. But the key was essentially, she said, she says, I don't want to talk about these things anymore. She says, all I want to do is to die and not know anything. I mean, this, coming from somebody who was raised partially in a convent and a very, firm believer and a Catholic, could mention a thing after years of being involved in that religion very, very closely and very, as really part of her being. Came to the point where she didn't even believe that anything existed, that everything was an accident.
Yeah, maybe she saw things that she couldn't really talk about.
Yeah, well, one of the things I was reading, and I can't even remember the name of the blog now, very informative. And the key was essentially what he said is that the Bible was written by a psychopath. Forget the name of the psychopath. What? One of the very well-known names. Anyway, he gathered all the scribes together to write the Bible, and then he inserted himself into the Bible as Abraham. But,
Yes, a lot of books, as Mr. Keshe said, are going to be opened up in this whole thing of what he calls Grandma's chat. In a way, they sort of shaped it to control the man in so many ways. And it's not only the Christians as we understand it. They didn't want you to find your soul, and this is what Mr. Keshe is actually opening up. this power, the collective power, the power of your soul, and so on and so forth. We never even knew the position of it or explained about it, anything. Even though they might have known more than they were conveying to us, again, this is a whole process of cashing out your pocket and cashing out your soul as well.
Very, very profound, Mark.
It is. There's no question about it. So the soul had basically put you in this position that you're still here today and surviving, and many others too, including Mr. Keshe. So this is not an unusual phenomena. And as he said, the soul needs to gather the fields it needs to gather in this position to move on to the next position. And that's why when we prematurely end a life or something, we create problems for the universe because that soul hasn't matured at this level. And so it's going out into the universe in a way not fully matured, that it didn't pick up the whatever it needed, the fields at this position to, in a way, go to the next step. So
Well,
that's
I
why
remember,
go ahead.
oh, sorry, Mark. Yeah, no, I remember, before I forgot. I remember years ago listening to late night on a local radio station in Ottawa. And they would bring on Art Bell, later replaced by George Newer.
Sure.
And they had the Ghost Hunter Societies on. And I can remember one instance in particular, they were doing electronic recording of the voices of the
EMPs, or
EMPs,
voice recordings, yes.
And the key was essentially one woman, young woman, that was really in severe crisis, saying, "Please help me, please help me." And later on, when I got involved in the teaching, or got listening to the teaching, it came across that, if you commit suicide or you're murdered, that the soul doesn't have time to fully absorb the soul of the physicality. And of course, it's left on its own to be gradually absorbed, but we don't know the length of time that takes. And these souls then are left sort of lost in, in the fields of the universe. But they station themselves near their physical identity. And that's what we hear when they go through places that are haunted or graveyards. This becomes something that can be picked up by the EMP. There is one video on YouTube, which I like to refer people to when I get a chance. It's about a little girl who, what had happened was that she was murdered by the boyfriend of her mother. Her name was Saviola Gonzola. And it's on YouTube as does this girl visit her grave. Well, what had happened was that this actually ended up on YouTube, and you can see her. It's not as clear now as in the earlier postings I saw on YouTube, but still there. But what was happening was that near where she was buried, there was a very expensive grave monument put in by a very wealthy family, and it was being vandalized. So in order to find out who the vandals were, they posted in the nearby trees, which there was a lot of these movements,
Motion activated cameras.
motion activated, yeah, never mind, I can't remember it again. Motion activated cameras, which picked up the ghost of this little girl. And because she was murdered, what Mr. Keshe had said that, when you commit suicide or are murdered, that your soul doesn't have time to fully absorb the energy of the soul is the physicality, and it's left behind, and it takes a certain amount of time for those energies to be absorbed. And this is what happened in this particular case. You know, and I try to tell the people that will listen, none of my family, by the way. But I do get talking with, you know, sometimes I have to phone my internet provider for some reason. I get talking to them. They're intelligent people, normally, and they're willing to listen. You know, and I tell them, you know, go to this or go to that. You know, go to, you know, Plasma Dome with Mark Salas or Tom Salas, or this little particular one on Fabiola Gonzalez. And the key was essentially that both of those were exactly what we were taught in some of the teaching. So there's nothing that, you know, you may take time to run across what he's saying sometimes in the teaching. And I don't know what anybody else is. Probably it's as varied as there are people listening in. But it's always a positive sign that we're on the right track. Now what we're listening to is the reality and not something made up by some of these scammers that you'll see on YouTube. But anyway, I just thought I'd pass that on, Mark, for what it was worth.
Yes, Mr. Keshe has explained he goes into cemeteries sometimes or following a hearse. He allows that soul of physicality to rejoin the soul, saying it's okay to move on in a way.
Maybe.
But he's also said that the soul decides, you know, do I want to die in a car accident? The soul decided this, or a murder. And again, it seems strange, but they're all playing a certain role, and we don't fully understand. We think it's a tragedy, but actually that's what the souls had planned. And of course, the soul doesn't need the physicality, and it can move on.
Well, and another thing you said that solely your physicality resembles your physicality at any given time in our lifetime journey. And that is exactly shown by the fact that the spirit that's shown on the video is of a little 5-year-old girl, not a fully grown woman or a baby. So essentially what we're looking at is exactly what he's taught us. So again,
Yeah.
there's so many things that come through in what he's saying that you couldn't possibly think that he's anything but the genuine article.
Yes, he's quite confident in his understanding. That's absolutely correct. Okay, again, there was so much in this workshop. It was almost 4 hours. Thank you, Daniel. Anything else you'd like to add?
I wish I could, but not at this time.
Excellent job. Excellent. Excellent.
Thank you, Mark.
And again, we're all on this growth path or maturity path. And I guess that maturity never ends until you make the perhaps final separation. I'm not exactly sure, but I think we're maturing at each level that the soul goes, or each position. It needs to perform certain functions or absorb certain energies at that position, and this is what it needs to complete its mission, I guess you could say. Anyone else want to add anything?
Well, the key question, you just brought up something. You said, you know, when we complete our separation, will we? Now that what happened in March 21st of 2021, will we actually do that anymore? Like, I know something happens when the physicality dies, but is that separation now being as it was before?
Well, he said with the new system, a gift from the creator in a way, every created being will have the understanding to be able to transmute between the physicality and the energy state. And as he stated in the last workshop, if you are rambunctious, we'll give you a whole galaxy. Go and kill yourselves or whatever. Or if you're peaceful and kind and humble, we give you the earth. So perhaps you're correct.
Yeah, I like to think that sometimes I'm listening and I'm doing it properly, but that's I can only imagine it might be, but I can't verify it. All I can do is say, express myself as best I can, Mark. And
I think
sometimes,
you're doing an excellent job, Daniel. Thank you.
well, I wish I could do more. I mean, there's certain things that I ran across that he's taught. And, I have a tendency to keep on blabbing until everybody runs out of the ability to keep on listening. Sorry, my voice is going down again, but I'm very appreciative that you let me into being able to express these things, Marcus. I feel, I'm here in my hometown and my family's around, but there's that gap between us now, Mark, which is going to take time to be rectified. And it's not going to happen today. But I know that they have their doubts about my mental
hmm
health.
hmm
But I guess I'm not the only one from what I hear. And the key is essentially we can only do what we can as best we can, Mark.
Yeah, no question. I've been insulted by friends and family as well. I think we've all experienced that. It's been voiced many, many times. But as Mr. Keshe reminded us in this last teaching, do not be arrogant. Allow that soul, when it comes into the public domain, don't hit them over the head with "I told you so" and "you called me all these names." No, he said allow them to grow into it in a way, and may be better servants of humanity than you are.
Yeah, yeah. No, I'm glad he mentioned that, Mark, because this was one of the things that actually I sort of intended to point out that, but I think they'll come to that realization on their own as the news comes out, Mark.
Yeah, let them bring it up to you. I don't think you have to say anything. The technology will more than speak for itself.
And then we can sort of step in sort of a transitional bridge to key them in on certain things that they may have sort of ignored in the past, but we can sort of point out that, now you have that ability as well.
Right. And he said, you've just come to this knowledge a little bit before the others. Feel privileged that you did.
Oh, I do, Mark.
Yeah.
I do.
It's just that our eyes opened up a little bit before the others. So it's nothing, again, it's as he said, somebody along your family line did something good, and that's why you're here. You picked up that flower.
Yeah.
So we don't know how this is all really working, but again, the idea of staying humble, the idea of servitude, the idea of kindness, the idea of detachment
Well,
is all.
I'm half Chinese, and the Chinese have welcomed us to a much greater extent than the Western world. And essentially that we know that there's so much that is in our RNA, including the entire history of our ancestry. We are affected to certain extents by that ancestral memory. And I guess because of that, I was lucky enough to be able to zoom in on it earlier, like you're saying, earlier than the vast bulk. But we will all end up there one way or another in the end anyway. So at one time I was very ashamed of the fact that I'm half Chinese. At that time there was a lot of insults about the Chinese. And I don't look it anymore. I don't look Chinese in any aspect at all now. But in those early days when I was younger, yeah, I did. And I went through a period where I had Bell's palsy. And this was just in the years where I was coming into my area where I started to find girls interested rather than as an enemy. And the fact that I wasn't accepted as part of the in crowd sort of weighed on me to a great extent. And eventually I ended up being, more popular as time went by. And then in the end, I did look more, Middle Eastern than Chinese. And now I just look, I don't know what I'd say, maybe I look half dead, but
Well, you sound well. You
well,
sound very
thank you
well.
very much. You know,
Okay.
one thing I'd like to pass on is that, if somebody would like to look younger without having to wait till, the full transitional period that these machines are going to guide us through comes into effect. As I mentioned a while back that I looked much, much younger than my actual age.
That's nice.
Well, I have I have an insatiable curiosity. So before I ran into the teachings of Mr. Keshe, I was exploring many, many avenues. And one that I ran across was from a very well-known biochemist, Roger Mason, who, if you sort of Google him, most likely the baseball pitcher Roger Mason will come up rather than the biochemist. But one thing he was saying is that when the hormones begin to weaken, we begin to die. And he highly, recommended getting hormone replacement therapy. So what I did was I looked up, and it's all done through, a type of pharmacy run by a pharmacist PhD. And here's my memory. I shouldn't remember it right away to kind of, it's a compounding pharmacy, what we call it. So you call the compounding pharmacy and you ask which doctors they're dealing with which hormone doctors they're dealing with. And again, here I remember the name from time to time of that particular medical faculty. But the key is essentially you call up the doctor, go take some tests on your hormone level. And then they look at the results of those tests and then they recommend your hormone. For men, it's very simple, testosterone accompanied by a very cheap progesterone, which you can get from Amazon. For women, it's a bit more complex because their hormones are more complex than the men. But for men, it's very cheap. They ran me normally about $30 a month. Now, it took a few months. I always looked a few years younger than my actual age, maybe 5 or 10, but that's rather normal. So I began taking the testosterone, the gel, which you just rub on your skin. Comes in a tube. And the key was essentially that I didn't know a thing, except about 6 months down the line, I looked in the mirror and I said, holy cow, I don't look my age, not even close.
You're still a young man at heart.
I was 70. Believe it or not, Mark, I was 70, just turning 70, and I didn't look any more than 39.
Wow.
And
if we can, we need to move forward, Daniel, but could you bring this into the testimonial, which is the second Monday of every month? I don't know if one of the knowledge seekers just suggested that to me, that perhaps you'd like to come into one of the testimonial meetings, second Monday of every month in the public Zoom room. And it's usually at 8 p.m. Central European time.
well, I sort of hesitated in doing it in this particular case because it's not directly plasma technology, but an existing technology that's.
Oh, yes, we're hearing testimonials of people that have used the technology. We're going to try to cover that today. So I think we'll move ahead. Thank you, Daniel. Anyone else want to make any comments?
Thanks for having me, Mark.
Yes, beautiful. We're all, again, this is a round table and we're all equal. All the souls are equal here. I thought we'd just cover what Mr. Keshe said. He's laid out this plan. As he said in another location, it's been already written centuries ago for this planet, the plan. And of course, it has to be perhaps tweaked or changed a little bit depending on who does what and interferes. But the plan is being delivered, and this is the year. As he said, his plan will be complete by the end of 2025. I started it a bit early. This may not be the right position. Anyone else want to make a comment?
Oh, just one more thing, Mark.
Oh, please. Yes.
The type of doctor you have to see is an endocrinologist.
Yeah,
He's a-
I don't think, again, that many doctors, we call them half doctors and so on and so forth. As he said, we will touch emotions, we'll touch hormones, and they've specifically developed in the store the pause GANs for women and the flagpole GANs for men. And there's much more than just intimacy, I think, going on there. So this is what he was saying. Do we need a lot of these hormones that are added in when they don't really understand the full operation
Yeah.
of the body of the man, just the physical end of it? And they
Well, I
try
knew
to
that.
solve it using physicality, but it doesn't usually do a lot.
Yeah, I know that Mr. Keshe mentioned that they were going to do some more in-depth on hormones.
Yes, it's already there. As he said, they tested this in Ghana with the FDA, and the couple couldn't stay away from each other. They actually couldn't even go to work. But this is all spelled out in this workshop. You can find it. It's a beautiful story.
Where could I reach that? Is it called GAN's hormone?
No, it's right in the Keshe Foundation store. Let's bring it up.
Yeah.
Thank you. We're going to cover some of these things in the store. Let me just go to all products. And maybe you said you were still friends with your wife and everything. I don't know if she's ready to get younger or if you are as well. But these products are okay. Here's the flagpole GANs. Are you able? Let me make sure I don't think you can see the screen. Sorry. Every time you have to continually repeat the share, not just put up the background. Well, this is the one for men. He's calling it flagpole. And of course, this is the way you can read: due to professional development and gain in science and technology, the new plasma, a mild stepping stone, has been achieved in the recent months. And this is the development of it. So you can read all about that just clicking on the flagpole GANs. And if we go back, we can see the other product, which they're calling the pause GANs. Let's see here. We have Twinity detachment for addictions, Twinity GANs, cycle GANs for women going through menstruation and having issues with that. And here's the pause GANs. Now, this one's specifically developed for women. And if you look in the transcript, our beautiful transcript that we have, you can see how Mr. Keshe is painstakingly, he said, calculated every sort of aspect of these products. And it just wasn't put together helter-skelter. Well, you need some CH3 and some CO2 and some zinc, and this works this way. There's much. I think we're oversimplifying sometimes when he says we use the GANs this way and that way, and you just think you put it together. As again, we're not even starting making the quality of the GANs that the Keshe Foundation is making. I remember Gianni saying, and he makes a lot of GANs, probably more than anyone in the foundation, on these farms and these other places he goes to. And he said when he stopped into Linz, I guess they were close by or somehow they got into contact, and they gave him some samples of Ganses. And when he put them in his hands, he said he's never felt so much energy coming off the GANs that the Keshe Foundation made as opposed to his own, in a way. Not that his own didn't work, but again, it's like using regular gas and then using probably a high octane, or as Mr. Keshe said, it's not the stronger most of the time, it's the weaker fields that start the creation process and have this impact on you. So there's a product in there for men and for women.
That's great to know.
Yes. It's not inexpensive, but again, these developments were not inexpensive to happen. And again, you could play with this for, many, many decades probably and not reach the level of understanding of what's in it. You may get a similar result, but you also may cause some other issues that you didn't really calculate into your formula.
Well, the key is essentially that, well, I'm hoping that the price of these comes down.
I think they will. This is all out for test in a way to be developed into applications, or as he said, he can make it rain apples, the energy of apples. So you'll just breathe it in and you won't even know it. You don't even have to see the reactor or come into contact in a way with a physical reactor. You'll just be in that environment and you'll become fed. And this is what he's saying. And it's all to create a peaceful man. So between the car driving and the other things, this is what's planned. In a way, we're going to actually elevate ourselves by using the technology. Even if you've never heard of the Keshe Foundation, you'll become peaceful and will add to the environment of the fields as I see it. But let's go back to our transcript, and I'd just like to outline the plan that Mr. Keshe has said. We'll go, this is about 15 minutes, and this is going to bring us pretty close to creating the Dome of Peace, even though there's some phenomenal drawings in this workshop. And I'm sure we'll be explaining them as this week comes forward before Thursday, and then we go into the next delivery of the knowledge. But yes, it sounds like it's the closest it's ever been to coming into the market. And of course, if it's not in the market, no one can use it, really. And this is what he said, when people start using these products, they'll understand them a little bit more, and you have to have the people using the products to popularize them. So they have to eventually appear in the market. And this is what he's working on in the background. And it sounds like some things have already been solidified in a way with certain governments. He hasn't said who it is. And of course, he's laid out a plan as well. If anything should happen to him, it's in the hands of people we trust, and it can't be tampered with. So it'll probably come out even quicker if Mr. Keshe is tampered with, let's say. But as he said, we just recreate the frock and then we'll get you. He doesn't mean get you as in retribution get you. He means we'll get you as elevating you, because all these products are for elevation. Thank you, Daniel. Anyone else want to make a comment before we listen to this about 15-minute clip of the plan that's laid into place? Systems have already been developed. He gave it to us as knowledge seekers in the MagRav, but as he said, you haven't understood. You never understood. And we could have had this and been developing it all along, but we haven't even understood the MagRav, which again, I think is a matter state item, even though it does work in many, many applications if you know what you're doing. But it's just a pedagogical tool, as he's concluded, that you are that MagRav. And of course, we all got diverted in a way, not all of us, but some of us got diverted into looking for the energy from it. And he said, I never made a MagRav to produce energy. I always made a MagRav to produce fields. Okay, so let's jump into this, make sure we're still sharing properly. And here we go. I think we're going to just start before 52, about 30 seconds before. Sometimes the transcript and the video don't line up exactly, but they're pretty close. Good luck, Daniel, and let us know if you have any children at your age. Of course, we know your true children come out of your soul in the future time.
Well, the key is essentially that would be surprising.
Oh, it's happened, apparently. Women have started menstruating, and he said, be careful. At your ages, you don't become a daddy again. All right. Here we go.
Well, if it turns out to be an obligation, it's going to be a short one.
And of course, for some reason, this video is not starting, but let's stop it. Let's close it. Whoops. I'm just going to have to put something back up here on the screen. That screen went blank, and I'm going to have to, in a way, find this again. And I believe it's in the downloads. So let's just bring this up and start playing it. I'm going to have to go to $52. Sorry, this is a live program, as we've often heard it in workshops. Here we go.
On the banner of what we control internationally, will bring one by one into operation: energy, power, water, medicine, materials, transportation.
I'm going to start it again.
Every step is fully planned, is written.
Okay, we're just going to start it again. Sorry for that.
The emotion, the field emotion of the creation. And then it's for you to understand, we make oil valueless because you can produce. In the next few weeks, we show you how to produce oil as much as you like in the back of your car. Produce as much water as you need. With what we call a structure of the hormones, you call it, feed you every energy you need. With it, we make material no value. With it, we become transportation and transmutation. With it comes, does the agriculture need it?
And again, he's not discouraging you from experimenting. Continue to experiment, but you can see what's already developed and what's about to be delivered in conjunction with the governmental agencies.
Where man can get the energy he needs from the fields of the dimension of the what we call systems made by man. Then man collectively will connect to universal fields. Then there is no need for systems.
This is the part.
I have set out a plan. And this plan totally completes by December of this year. In step by step, on the banner of what we control internationally, will bring one by one into operation: energy, power, water, medicine, materials, transportation, transmutation. Every step is fully planned, is written, and we carry out. With it, in diminishing the value of gold, we destroy the value man has made to differ from one to another. With making available energy and water to every man in a simple way, we literally take control of power and energy out of the people, in people's hand, out of the government. With delivering systems which can give you food, there is no hunger. As I said to you last week, the Oasis system has started. And with it, we'll make the value of the oil the same as the water. You will understand.
So again, you could see how far the development has come, and we haven't quite gotten there with our own systems. So again, he had to step in and create these systems because we haven't understood how to do it. And I think he knew that the whole time. Even though some people gained an aspect of it. Thank you, Claudia. She sent me a message and asked if we're going to have the meeting today. I forgot to make the announcements. I went out spraying at noon, and then I ran another quick errand, and by the time I got back and put things together, I totally forgot about making the announcements. But I see all the usual beautiful souls are here. Thank you for reminding me. Okay.
Sorry,
right.
Thank you, Mark.
Yeah, no, it's no problem. No problem at all.
When you can produce gallons of oil in the
I heard a voice.
Yeah, when you made me co-host, I was able to see the screen, but before that I couldn't, just in case somebody's having a problem.
Yeah, we tried to sort this out, Gail, before we started. Is anyone not seeing the screen? But I think this is what we've all been trying to do, is to create these systems. And now he's going to be rolling out one after the other. What did he say? Starting with energy, power for the power plants, creating water, medicine, materials, transportation, transmutation. Every step is fully planned. And I don't think he'll be using my system to create the water. I think they'll be using the Keshe Foundation systems. My systems are not that advanced. I mean, what I've been able to do in the laboratory and so on, or my kitchen table, I might say.
In the house, at no cost would you pay the Saudis to abuse women and children in dungeons or whatever they do with hundreds of dollars. And our habit has been, once we get it going, it'll go back to everybody else. Which means we all make it for each other. Nobody needs to tell you it's wrong because you make it for yourself.
And this is what he told us in Sanya. He said 36 months, if the governments didn't cooperate or get their act together in a way, he'll take a 10-year-old child and show how to make a kilo of gold. And not very difficult for a 10-year-old child to do this. So hopefully I think the governments are listening now. Gold may be down the road a bit, but this is what's coming. Again, he's going to shock everyone. I think that isn't paying attention, and how could this be possible? I had a piece of gold and I thought it was worth thousands, and now it's as common as sand in the beach. So this is where he's going to put in the short circuiting of all the things we thought were valuable.
If you decide to participate in the innovation of the society, I do the cleaning, I do the teaching, I do everything else. A detailed plan of what's going to happen with all the technologies which Keshe Foundation has put out in past 20 years, month by month has been set out and is in the hand of people we trust.
So again, putting out systems over the last 20 years, and as he said, he hasn't shown the knowledge seekers 5% of what's going on in the background of the Keshe Foundation. So we're all in for many, many beautiful surprises coming forward. Not that we can do it, but we certainly will be able to use the technology. As he said, even with the soaps, he's not releasing the combination and how to produce it the way the Keshe Foundation produces it. Probably because we're not mature enough. Or there may be an aspect, it may not just be creating amino acids and putting some CH3 or something else in there. There may be hidden technologies that he doesn't want us, or we're not mature enough at this level to be responsible handling. Sorry, let's start it again.
Is not with me anymore and is outside the framework of the Keshe Foundation. That it cannot be tampered with. And creating these conditions, create a condition of peace. As I said, if you're fighting for a Gaza Strip, I give you a planet, get all the Jews out there, kill each other in whatever name they have. You're a Muslim, you want to have your own land, we give you a galaxy. See how much of it you can fill it. You're a man, you want to live in peace and harmony and sharing, we give you the planet Earth, which you provide for yourself. We're giving you all the tools of it. It's just now how to show you to use the tools. You knowledge seekers were given the tools to start this years ago as a matter, and you never understood.
Okay, so there it is again, and he's mentioned this workshop after workshop, not every single one, but he keeps reminding us you didn't understand the work of the MAGRAV. And it was given to us as a tool to start this process years and years ago, but we never understood. Even though some people have gotten certain things out of the MAGRAV, but not near the full abilities of what the MAGRAV is. And again, I think it's a teaching tool. It works in the matter state and it can do some phenomenal things, but it's you, as he's indicated, you are that MAGRAV, and that's where all the teachings were targeted to.
You became too attached to a few watts, where megawatts was feeding you from inside. You didn't know how to tap into it, how to use it. We show you how. With it, we take what we call value, money, whatever you call it, out of the what we call the program. When you have what you need as food, as energy, as water, as medicine, you understand the work of not in medicine, but in the way changing the structure of the man. Do you need to rely on somebody else and somewhere else? The whole understanding, the whole process of the creation now is made simple, understandable, the way our ancestors understood thousands of years ago. And took the dimension of physicality, made value for metals, made value for holding a fruit, made value for everything else, that if you don't have it, you want it, you pay for it from your energy to me, that I in a way steal from you. And then this has become the habit of the man. Now when we feed the soul of the man, man does not need to, because from under we feed the over, and the over is complete. So the soul we feed the physicality, and the physicality, when it's satisfied, does not need. I wonder in the next 5 years, once the scientists understand and work in the dimension of whatever, would Alzheimer's become a thing of the past? Parkinson doesn't exist. There's no man hungry. And nobody fights for gold and coins on this planet. This is not a dream. Once we release, step by step, in next months, the voices and what it can do, and how the process will come into what we call operation of the totality, then you will understand as knowledge seekers that to change the 2025 to a time of peace has to be done from our side. We have to distribute, we have to share the knowledge, and at the same time we have the leaders who said to bring that knowledge into operation. We work from one end and the world leaders on the other end. And hopefully within the next few months and next few years, we achieve what we set out to do.
Any questions so far? It seems pretty straightforward. As he said, it's coming from their end. This has to be done from our side. We have to distribute. So all of these systems are there and ready to go. And again, I'm doing well with the feeding with the Nutrigans. This will be day 25. And I mentioned it to someone the other day. I've only been eating one meal for the last 20 days or whatever. And they said, oh, that's no big deal. Anybody can skip 2 meals a day. That's not a problem. But for me, it was an accomplishment of sort, not a major one, but it's just amazing how the belly is almost never hungry, never gurgling, never calling for food in a way. I don't understand how that process is happening. But as we see with people around us, sometimes they don't appreciate actually what's being done. They were telling me, oh, that's no big deal. Anybody could do that. It's no problem. We understand more in the future. They will, and so won't we.
As knowledge seekers, as those who understand the knowledge, you are responsible for taking the fields into the dimension of the work of the mankind. In a way, your soul has brought you here. You're volunteers to bring that knowledge, energy, fields, whatever you call it, and in a way, through you, you touch the ones outside, which becomes the emotion, which they create the motion and the condition for mankind to go back to become kind. At the same time, with that process, opens the doors of universal council, universal community to all of us. We're not preaching, we are teaching, we are developing scientific structure. This is not a religious temple, this is a temple of science, where understands the true process of creation, true process of operation of the body of the man and the universe, and is shared freely with all of you. Watch how I will use the tools of man, made by man, for man to become peaceful for mankind. And how in the coming weeks and months we make everything valueless for what man put value to rob from the others. Energy, oil, gold, communication, transportation. And then we see how mankind changes, how our feeling changes to what we valued so much we have no value for, and with it we find peace inside, and with it we bring peace outside. I can drive across the whole town, I can drive across nations, I can go across the planetary system knowing there's no enemies. Enemies are made by people to be able to control people. The prosperity and peace comes when we trust each other and we work with it. And that's what it's going to come. Goes back to Dharma, Dariush, and goes back to the time of Mitra, the essence of creation. You will understand in the next few weeks and months, I personally take hand and control to bring, give support to those world leaders who are to bring peace to their nations and to all the nations. We release technologies step by step, primarily energy, which means energy not just by electricity, by gas, but energy for man to feed himself, that he has the energy to bring that peace. We release technologies in the framework of governments, in the framework of industry, that by the time they come to understand, the whole process will be shared across.
And of course, if anyone would like to show one of their systems, please feel free to demonstrate or show us what you've been working on or what you've achieved. That is always open. And as Mr. Keshe said, continue to test. As I was saying earlier, I think the plates for the magnesium GANs, I found some on Amazon, so we're going to make the magnesium GANs, and then we'll observe if there's any changes within the house. But that's a very simple system of just making one GANs. The work that the foundation is doing and the scientists working or with Mr. Keshe in the laboratory, these are far beyond, and you see the areas they're covering. It's already done, and the governments are ready to work with the Keshe Foundation. So we've done quite a bit of work, I think, with giving from our souls, especially the Brazilian team, but all of us, as he said. It's we're all carrying a very small piece of a very large carpet. So you're responsible for bringing this into the market in a way. Even though you may not understand how to make it and the rest, you've used your energies to encourage others at the upper levels to be able to start to work on this technology. And as he said, man is ready to accept the new technology overall. I think we're all sort of frustrated with the system, but this is going to be a beautiful place to live. But it'll take time, and it'll be step by step.
You remember we gave the USB stick to the ambassadors, and then the ambassadors gave it to the governments, and the governments gave it to scientists to test it, and the scientists came back to us that, what do I do with this? So we knew we covered everything from top to bottom. This will be the same process. In the coming weeks, we'll release the technology of the energy to governments, to industry. The hunger to make money, the greed of the man will serve us perfect to share the knowledge in a very deep way, very rapid. This is why we put the patent on the, as I said before, European patent. When I understood the power of patent, that I don't need to go and sell to people, this is what I say, I put it on a patent, the whole world got it. Then you understand how we will change the whole structure. Where we use the industry, we use the governments to share the technology amongst you. From those who never heard about the Keshe Foundation, who never understood the technology of plasma, but they become the user of it, and then becoming the user of it, they become peaceful people. When we introduce the systems that your car, as you're driving it, it spreads energy, which is a level of the emotion and hormones. You see how people lovingly walk down the street. They're fighting today's streets we see. The crimes will be solved by change of the emotion of the man. Through the cars you'll drive using the technology. As the English say, I've got the humanity by short and curlies on either end. Time will come soon that there'll be no Vatican, and there'll be no Jerusalem, and there'll be no Mecca. But just in the history books, as there'll be no religion, as the religion of man will become the religion of Creator, and no intermediaries. As I say, watch this space in the coming weeks, and those who are close to Keshe Foundation know exactly what is happening. And step by step, keep an eye on your backgrounds, understand the technology of it, not a few volts and amps coming out of it. We go for a break, and we come back, and I hope I open your eyes to something very interesting is about to happen in the coming weeks. Rick, would you like to take us for a break?
Okay, so I think the systems are developed. They're going to continue to be developed. This is not the end all. As he said, the AI and these other things are just in their infancy stages, but it seems the USB stick has actually helped the people in the background at the government level perhaps start creating this AI And as he said, when we introduced the new chips with the robots and everything, he said you need the AI. So actually, mankind has made a system that the Keshe Foundation needs to deliver these chips with emotion in a way. I don't fully understand what he's actually referring to, but he said you need the AI to, in a way, I guess, work with these new chips. So many, many things. As I said, he talked about AI, he talked about the rest, soaps and systems and everything. It's just a complete package. And again, this is not something he started last year or 5 years ago. He's been playing with these systems for quite a long time. And again, I don't fully know the background of Mr. Keshe and how he was able to get to this point, but he did allude to the radiation affecting his structure, or did it come from inside himself as he was able to interact with himself and do this? Or is he from another planet, as he's often referred to? He's from planet Zeus. And he couldn't bring the change, he said, on this planet because he wasn't from here. It would have to be humanity to do it. So again, a lot of things to contemplate in this teaching. Anyone want to add anything before I guess we go to the Dome of Peace? And just to show Daniel and any others, this is some of the latest postings on X by Mr. Keshe, and here's, I'll share that. And here's something, again, this was when he talked about the Iranians capturing one of our most, or the most advanced drone we have, landing it intact using the plasma fields, taking over its structure in a way and landing it without firing a single shot. And of course, the Iranians never admitted they were using the Keshe plasma technology, which aspects of it were gifted to them. But Mr. Keshe has always said it was my technology that they used to capture the drone. And now I think maybe 18 months or 2 years ago, the Iranian government has said that, yes, we did use the Keshe plasma technology to capture the drone. So here's where you can sign up on X. You can follow what Mr. Keshe is saying. You can see the different posts that he's making regarding the reactor that was used to put sanctions on Iran, and follow MTK on Keshe. Then he goes a little bit more, and you see that in one of the videos we were used to play, the I think it's from what is it, to Space Traveler. You can see the picture of the drone in there. So here's where you can follow the Mr. Keshe on X, and here's the gas. And as he said, it's not so much for burning, but it's for space fuel. And start following. I think more and more people will as time goes on, and especially when this technology comes into the public domain in a much, much bigger way. But he said you'll be using the technology to elevate yourself. You'll be thinking you're driving for free, as he said, with this gas, perhaps, or petroleum, whatever he was referring to, natural gas. And this will actually create an elevation of the entire planet in a way, as more and more people. I don't know how many millions or billions of cars are on the road, but I think everybody will retrofit this into an existing internal combustion engine, or perhaps Elon Musk will fit it into the electric, or what was known as an electric car. But as Mr. Keshe indicated a couple of years ago, we're going to leapfrog over the entire electric car business here. Any other thoughts from anyone? Sign up for X if you can. Very easy to do. Doesn't cost anything, and you can become a follower and see the some of the posts that Mr. Keshe is making. And then, of course, you can show more, and you can read a bigger. This was about the reactors and everything, and how they used it, and said it was made for making weapons, but it's actually a peace reactor in the rest of this. So just to show you that, I guess we'll go to the Dome of Peace if we can. Anyone have any comments or anything they'd like to say? And there's so much in this workshop. As I say, every workshop, it's just an amazing amount of knowledge that's being conveyed, from learning how to identify mosquitoes into even making repellents. And he said there'll be some coasters and maybe some bigger work as far as handling locusts. I think he called them crickets, but how they can fly over a area of a country and just devastate the crops within days and then move on. He said, we're going to end this menace somehow. So all of these things are I think many of them have been developed, but they're going to continue to be developed further. This is not the end all, and I think the research centers will probably be heavily involved in this, maybe even sponsored by governments and so on. Where if you're a knowledge seeker and you'd like to apply, and since we have so many funds, since we're not making war tools and we're not funding other countries' wars, we can move into a big way, and you may be given a grant to attend one of the research centers for a year. I think there'll be year sessions. You can find that in the Keshe Foundation store. And of course, as he said, the store is going to be expanding with products. Not products that we think they work or we're not sure how they work, but products that actually work and do not harm anyone. This is the idea of the half doctor, especially when you start using the human body as a test grid and so on and so forth. You don't know all the interactions you're creating unless you're a real expert, I think, in this knowledge. But we'll be taught it. In time, we'll all come to understand more, but the products are available in the Keshe Foundation store, and they're going to become less expensive over time. Okay, if there's no thoughts or questions, we'll go to the first step of the Dome of Peace, which is releasing of the Gans waters, which is one of the reasons I didn't want to go out early this morning, because it was about 22 below freezing. So I thought I'd wait till noon. It didn't warm up much, but we got the job done. And then I came back and was in a bit of a rush to sort of put something together for this program. So that's why I forgot to post the invitation to join this meeting. But as we've been doing in the USKF TV, we don't post anything. We just meet at the appropriate time. Everyone seems to know it, and we're communicating, I guess, on the soul level. So let's hear the first step of the Dome of Peace. We're all familiar with this. But we'll just run through it for any new people who may hear this or in the future. And again, there's a two-step process in this, and of course, using your soul as well. In the 9 p.m. Invitation, or with the Brazilian team as well. There's many, many options. As he said, there's many ways, many roads to get to Rome. And as he said, with the breathing in the nose and the levitation and the transmutation and feeding yourself, he said, this is just one of the ways you can do it.
I don't know if anyone want to read this Dome of Peace. Anyone want to offer?
I
With a
will
nice
read it
voice.
for you.
Okay.
This is what came in and what is now become a pattern. This from a guy, I don't know him, but he says, please remember this Sunday and every Sunday from now on, till we raise the soul of this planet to a peaceful planet. Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers worldwide will spread the gas waters around the world at 12 p.m. Central European Time and or 18 p.m. Central European Time every Sunday at the same time as they choose which time to suit them. Thank you for participating in this greatest movement by the soul of the man to bring about the peace on this planet as the permanent feature of the life of this planet.
Any questions on releasing Gans water? Quite simple to do. You can do it anytime, day or night, but collectively we're doing it on Sunday. The same way we're collectively working with the souls at 9 p.m. or in the Brazilian on Wednesday. The Brazilian language community does the same thing. Actually, they're leading the rest of us. I think they've been doing it more than anyone. So we congratulate them and respect all their work. And now we go to the second part of the Dome of Pieces. This is where we start to play with our energy dimension, which again, we've been told it's a coincidence, it's a dream, it just happened that way, but there's nothing you can do to control it. But as we heard from one of the knowledge seekers earlier today, who was in touch with another knowledge seeker who sent a message. I don't know if that knowledge seeker wants to share anything about that, but as we know, I think it's happened to all of us, and most of the time we just think, oh, it just happened. It was a coincidence. I don't know how, but now we're knowing that all the souls are connected and they're communicating with each other. And the systems that the Keshe Foundation is bringing is going to just enhance that whole ability. As he said, we're moving you back to the time where you understood interaction of fields. And we have to go that way, he said. So I think there'll be less talk about hydrogen and carbon, maybe not, but I think that's the way it'll be going, more on the interaction of fields rather than specifically going in. And I've never really understood it, only a little bit of the carbon and hydrogen and zinc or what I thought. But now that we're learning this was brought in by someone to control humanity in a way, or to use the definitions we say are correct, this has really thrown us off track, I think. As he said, you talk to somebody from planet Zeus or somebody you meet in space and tell them about hydrogen, they're going to go, what? Second step of Dome of Peace.
Anybody wants to read the Dome of Peace? I mean, Beautiful Souls in here. Okay, I'll read this beautiful presentation of Dome of Peace. And the Dome of Peace is already here. All the knowledge seekers, truth seekers, lovers of humanity has built it in a way, spreading the guns, loving each other as shareholders. So I will read this as please remember, every Sunday from now on until we raise the soul of this planet to a peaceful planet, Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers worldwide will spread the Gans waters around the world at 12 p.m. CET and or at 18 p.m. CET every Sunday at the same time, as they choose which time to suit them. Thank you for the participation in this greatest movement by the soul of man to bring about the peace on this planet as a permanent feature of the life of this planet. Mr. Keshe suggests we add the next step to create the Dome of Peace with power of the souls, as we have already going through this with the 2 eyes. And we ask you to spread the Gans waters each Sunday. Now we give you a new path. Now try to unite each other's souls. Try to elevate the souls of humanity, soul of humanity, through your own soul to a level that no one can touch, the embodiment of the human race. So beautiful. Choose a time where all of you come together on the soul level in a state of inner calmness. At that time, don't spread the water of Gans, but spread your soul. Unite, and in time, we will make a new race out of the soul of man. And then, instead of doing it once a week, do it all the time. Keshe.
And thank you, Shweta, and thank you, Stefania. And one of the beautiful, we've heard enough times that we haven't understood the Magrav, and we heard enough times that we haven't really made the systems properly. But in this case, in this particular case of using your energies, Mr. Keshe indicated that nobody fails this test. I failed the test in trying to create the self-charging flashlight and some other things. We're not afraid to fail, of course, but with this test, in using your energies, and this is the best tool we have to support and to elevate the others, nobody fails this test, because we all have different levels and strengths of different fields, and those interactions provide what world leaders perhaps need if they pick it up. We're just making it available to them. So this is the one thing he said, that nobody fails this test. And that's quite beautiful. So since we're successful in a way in using our souls, as he said, you start to work with the energy dimension and I'll handle the matter state. And as we can see, he's quite thoroughly handled the matter state systems in a way across the board, from energies to soaps to changing hormones to working with the emotions and so many other things. But we're learning to work with our energy dimension, and this is our best tool to support the Keshe Foundation and to, again, elevate the world leaders. There'll be no punishment, as I understand it. There'll be elevation of their souls, and they'll show their beauty in that case. So let's make sure we're sharing this. We'll just take 2.5 minutes, and then we'll go to Alex and continue the program. So let's collectively, with the power of the soul, again, whatever comes to you in this point in time that you'd like to elevate, remember it's all about servitude. And this is how we're helping to serve humanity through the energies of our souls. And that's the most beautiful part of it. Nobody fails this test. So don't doubt that you haven't made an impact, because you have, even if you don't see it manifest next week or the week after, or where the world leaders turn in this. As he said, this is not a day job. We're going to continue to doing it until we achieve the permanent peaceful condition on this planet, or the soul of this planet receives that. So let's just take 2.5 minutes, and then we'll go right into the next segment. Thank you. Thank you very much for your continued participation in this process, but this is how easy it is to work with the plasma. Doesn't take a lot of work. It's not matter state, which takes a lot of energy to accomplish something. We're just working with the fields. And of course, we have that mother connection through the soul of the creator, which makes everything possible. And just to read the invitation of the Universal Council, Mr. Keshe stressed it was important to be part of the Universal Council. Of course, I don't think he's soliciting members. As he said in the past, we don't ask anyone specifically to join, but leave it up to your soul. Again, the cutoff age is 60, but for a Universal Council member, but for a Universal Council supporter, we can have as many as we like in each language community, and you can be any age you like in any community. So, and of course, the Universal Council supporters, sometimes they're have a little bit more experience, as many of them have been Universal Council members, and then they become supporters, and in a way they sort of consult or advise the Universal Council as well, but the ultimate decisions are with the Universal Council. And as he said in the past, we're all Universal Council in a way. I never understood the idea for letters after your name, but he did say there's a reason for it. And apparently what he said is the Universal Council is the hormone, the Earth Council is the emotion, and humanity is the body of the man. So every day at 9 p.m. Central European Time, you can join the Universal Council. Again, this is not a formal meeting. This is all done on the energy level. In unifying at the soul level every day, 9 p.m. Central European Time or Central European Summertime, for the elevation of the souls of all leaders and soul of the totality of the Keshe Foundation, creating peace in everything that exists. And this is what's happening, and this is what will happen to those people who use the systems, whether knowingly or unknowingly. I put a gas tank or a natural gas tank in my neighbor's car, and he's so happy with me, and I'm making the gas for him, and he thinks he's really got a big advantage because now he can drive anywhere. Well, all that driving he's doing and all that is actually creating plasmatic fields in a way. I think the CH4 will release the plasmatic CO2, and this will bring the elevation of the entire environment. And as millions and millions more start to use this system, in a way, it's a self-fulfilling prophecy. We're actually going to elevate ourselves in a way. And we'll see so many happy people walking down the street. Maybe they won't know why, but we'll be able to explain a little bit of this whole process. So thank you very much. And I think if Alex is ready to come in, we can move in that direction. And he is ready to come in. Thank you. Oops, sorry, Alex, I took the screen back by accident. Could you reshare, please? I don't know how I did that. I don't know. I thought I was closing something. Instead, I shared. There we go. Thank you. And we want to welcome Alex to deliver his understanding of this plasma technology and how he'd like us to, in a way, see his work and his understanding, and you can add that understanding to your own. So we thank you very much, Alex, for being so consistent and so thorough in your presentations that hopefully we all can take something. And I hope you write a question down or a comment you'd like to raise at the end of this teaching. Thank you.
Thanks for bringing us to this junction here, Mark. And I want to welcome everybody from the North American team here as we bring all the continents together on this very important occasion. Let's get some business done and we'll get at it.
Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GANs processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the North American Knowledge Team meeting. And yes, it is 2025, and I hope you enjoy the trip. This is the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute teachings on plasma science. We are discussing basic inertia, and today we're going to cover some of the topic with respect to the black hole. My name is Alexander. I am from Canada. It is February the 2nd of 2025, and this is part of the Keshe Foundation North America Plasma Education Series. And this is the last session of the basic inertia series, which was a continuation of other basic programs. And this is all designed to actually try and condense the information into some kind of workable manner. And when we say we condense it, we've had thousands and thousands of hours of teaching, and we're trying to condense it, but even that is getting to be a bit unwieldy. So we try and catch up in such a way that the mature students can move forward and the new students can kind of have milestones where they can catch up. And we need to catch up because we're still on the hesitancy highway, and it seems like we're falling behind. And it's only natural because this is the lowest energy state. And we often wonder who is in the way. And we need a good cup holder because the road is very rough. And we don't want to spill our cups of life. But we do want to stay on track. And we find that, you know, there's a lot of competition. Many things have to do with tension, such as the contention for trophies. Our athletes do that. Our entertainers do that. Countries do that. Militaries do that. And so all of this is, as we say, is part of life. And we wonder if life is the display of the tension as it's manifest in the intensity of winning. And when there are winners, unfortunately, there are losers. So how good is this particular game plan? So many of us like to dive down the rabbit hole, but today we're going to dive down the black hole because we're hunting for rabbits. And if you ever try to catch a rabbit, don't try and catch them with your hands because they'll bite you. So here we are, searching for outer space. And we believe in the fallacy that we have been in outer space, but we haven't, not with the way the science has been operating now. But when we go to sleep at night, we do go into outer space. But in our physicality, we see a lot of potholes on the road, and we wonder if these potholes are the black holes on the plasma highway to our little pie in the sky. And isn't that what we want? We want that little pie in the sky. Forget about the rest of the universe. Who wants that anyway? You know, that's too big to handle. But what is in the rest of that universe? And do we ever ask that question? Well, how can we ask that question when we don't know how we got here or why we got here or what we're doing? And so supposedly we're all searching for outer space and ignoring some very obvious things. So through the endeavors of Keshe, he's brought together these books with number one, which is the Universal Order of Creation, But it's actually two titles in one because it's also the universal order of matter. And combined together, it's the universal order of the creation of matters. And so this becomes the beginning of the discussion for plasma science. And then book number 2, of course, is the structure of the light. And this has been one of the most confounding things, because how can light have a structure? If you ever try to catch the light, it will either reflect off you or pass through you, because light comes in many forms. And many of us are familiar with X-ray light, and we know that that goes right through us. But there's other forms of light, and unless we are concerned about the advanced science, we're usually not concerned about that at all. So when we talk about in book number 3, the origin of the universe, and we see, well, shouldn't that be book number 1? But except for the fact that that origin seems to split up into 2, where we have man's universe and we have a sister universe. And so there's a relationship between the two that most of us actually are unaware of, and we don't take into account. So what we have to understand is that life is interdependent. We all like to be independent, and that is kind of important. But our independence is interdependent on others' independence. So the independence is dependent on interdependence. So if your neighbor is at war, you're at war. If your neighbor is at peace, then you're at peace. So we've been trying for 363 weeks in a row with Rick Crammond and the members of the Universal Council to bring together the concept of one planet, one nation, one race for justice and world peace. And this is in stark contrast to world domination. Now, when we look at the world domination and how it created, we look at the 10 Commandments that most of us grew up with, and totally unbeknownst to most of us, and I'm speaking for myself really, totally unaware that there were another 14. And we often wondered about our fixation in Canada with KAKT 2.4. And so here's KAKT 2.4 of 10 Commandments, coming up with a total of 24 commandments. So now we have the case. But there is one stark point about these commandments that we need to make. And that is that energy is positive. And so if we say thou shalt not, we don't understand that. And if you try that experiment with your children and tell them, do not do that, the word not does not compute. It doesn't register. It isn't heard. Everything else is heard, because not really doesn't exist. It's just a matter of convenience for us to say things. So when we say don't do that, it's not very specific, is it? It's an unfinished sentence. So we need to be more specific. And if we're going to be specific with what we are not going to do, then we really should be more specific with what shall we do. So if we say thou shalt not lie, then really what we should say is one should tell the truth. And that is a more positive way of reinforcing that energy in a way that the soul can hear it. So when we look at these commandments, we see this flaw all the way through. And so it is obvious that one could easily question on that basis alone whether or not these commandments are universal made or man-made. And so this becomes a very important point, and we can all discuss that next time we go to the coffee shop. What we want to discuss today is how to get on this plasma highway and where exactly is it. So in the science, we find that it is of a higher energy state. Well, higher than what? Well, higher than where we are. Right now, we're on the transmission highway where we are involved with frequency as the lowest energy state. And we see that in the manifestation of carbon-12. And in order to get to the transmission highway, we have to go through a transition. And so this is where we discover the merits of carbon-14 and carbon-10. And in our goal to get to the plasma highway, that becomes part of the transmutation highway. And so one could ask, is the transmutation highway and the plasma highway one and the same thing? Well, if we could understand our basic highway, the transmission highway, we have to understand that there's a duality. So we like to see things in singularity because we like to keep things simple. But the reality of it is that each level comes together with a value of 24. And you say, well, how does that happen on the lowest energy level? And so we find that we're not taking into account the other half. So half is carbon-12, the other half is carbon-12. And then you add the two together, you have your carbon-14. So you have a 1-to-1 ratio of these two parts. Remember, we're talking about the basic inertia. And so when we look at this and go to the transition highway, now we start to see a splitting. And how can you split one into two? Well, this is exactly. So we have the carbon-14 and the carbon-10, which offers a 1.4 to 1 ratio. And then if we go to the transmission highway, the transmutation highway, which is the highest energy state, we see that we have the carbon-16 and the carbon-8, and the two together still come out to carbon-24. But on one side, we have a 2-to-1 ratio to the other side. And so this kind of becomes the pattern that carbon has to manifest through in different energy states. And then we have to learn, well, how do we do this? How do we go and transition from one state to the other? What does it mean to do that? So we have to understand that what we see is a reflection. But we question, is it a reflection or is it an illusion? And the reason we say illusion is because we've created this image. Well, how can we create this image? Because then we would be the creators, wouldn't we? And if we reflected this image, how can we see this? So this becomes a real problem, because on one end, we create an image by what is reflected, and on the other side, we create an image by what we understand. And then the question then becomes, which one is the truth? And if we look at these things as being both as fundamental, then we understand basic inertia, because the combination of the reflection and the illusion comes together with the manifestation of the reality. And so we say reality. Well, is the reality the reflection, or is the reality the illusion? Well, the reality is the energy state that you're manifesting in. So the question is not really properly stated. So what this means is that if there is a reflection, and we all know that a mirror is a reflection, we wonder then if what we see is really a mirror image, a mirror image of the universe. So what we see is light, and what we don't see is in the darkness. And so we are, generally speaking, very preoccupied with coming into the light. And of course, there are those who want to stay in the darkness. They want to stay in the shadows. They want to be, shall we say, unseen. But as we said with the questions, when you ask the question, why is not the question, why is the answer? You just have to ask the right question to get to that answer. So we have a result, but we don't know how we got that result. And so if we want to understand that, then we have to, shall we say, cast a light, shine a spotlight, make it visible. So what we're seeing is what is visible. And if we understand the light as being a combination of many different colors, when we bring all these lights coming together, then that light is white. So white is a combination of all the colors. Conversely, black is no colors. And if that's the way we see things, then what you see is what you get. But if we understand that what we see is what we absorb and what we don't see is what we reflect, and if the reflection is going away from us at the speed of light, how do you catch the speed of light that is going at the speed of light if the maximum speed is the speed of light? And so regardless of what speed you were operating at, you would either fall behind the light or you would go at the same speed as the light. But no way, no how would you catch up to the light. So the only way that you can catch up to the light is when the light is shining on you. And when the light is shining, then it's in the light and you can see it. So therefore, we could see the light. But if the light is going into the black hole of infinity, that light is going at the speed of light. And since we're talking about visible light, which they say in common physics is the maximum speed, and if the light is escaping into the black hole at the speed of light, as I've just said, you can never catch it. And so it remains in the dark. Are you satisfied? Are you satisfied with that as being your answer? Or is it possible that beyond what we see as a reflection of that light, since the light is escaping from us at the speed of light and going into the black hole, do we know what's on the other side of the black hole? So if the light that we see is the light that is coming to us, and the light that we don't see is the light that is going away from us, and if the blackness is receiving all the light from the side that we can see, what is on the other side? So when we talked about blue jeans, the blue jeans reflected blue. And the reason they reflected blue is because they weren't blue. But for the sake of convenience, we call them blue jeans because it would be so inconvenient to say, oh, I'd like that pair of every other color except blue jeans. So that's kind of inconvenient, isn't it? Because those jeans could actually be green jeans, or they could be red jeans, or purple jeans, or orange jeans, because they're every color. So maybe to be more accurate, I would like those non-specific colored jeans that look like blue jeans, please. So it becomes even more unwieldy. So for the sake of convenience, we say what we see is what we get, and if we want blue jeans, well, we have blue jeans, knowing full well that they're not really blue jeans. So what does that say about our blue planet? And if that blue is leaving us, where's it going? And what's on the other side? So could we then suppose that what we're not seeing is what is not being reflected, and what we are seeing is what is being reflected? So therefore, in our tiny, perfect little world, we see what we see. But what we don't see is the rest of it. And so if we understand that plasma science is the balance of magnetic or gravitational fields, then we have to understand that there's a possibility that what we're seeing is the carbon one-track ratio, and we're not seeing the carbon two-track ratio. So I have belabored the point on the surface to volume ratios, and the reason for that is because by maintaining this as the foundation, it has allowed me to navigate all over the knowledge of physics and extend into the knowledge of plasma physics, because there have been a lot of anomalies, things that we couldn't explain. There was no such thing as absolute, although we like to say that 1 and 1 is 2. But in plasma science, 1 and 1 is more than 2, because the one is not the same as the other one, and they both are part of the feeding dimensions. And these feeding dimensions create an inertia dimension, which is the answer. Remember, we're talking about basic inertia. But the 2 is part of the feedback dimension. As a result of that feeding back, then the feeding dimension can adjust. So the feeding dimension becomes a feedback to the feedback. And so in that instance, the feeding dimensions do not disappear, they remain. So the 2 feed feeding dimensions, in fact, have a dual purpose. They are feeding dimensions to a third dimension. And then from that third dimension, they also become the feedback dimensions. And so the two feeding dimensions create three feedback dimensions. And we're not any of these dimensions. We're watching this thing happen. And so we are in a fourth observer dimension. And as we try and understand how these fields work, and we try and be a little bit more accurate in terms of our descriptions, what we find is when we introduce the concept of pi, which is 3.14 and a bit and a bit and a bit, that bit becomes the fudging tool that we use to try and understand the spheres of the universe. And when we say the spheres, we understand a field where we have, say, a pasture with a field around it. We put the cattle inside the field. So we use the fence around to contain the cattle inside the field. But the cattle walk on the field. So the field is actually 3 dimensions. Although we only measure the field by 2 dimensions. How big is your field? Oh, well, it's an acre or a hectare. So we measure the length and the width, but you know, how do you measure the volume of a field? And so that becomes a consternation, isn't it? So it becomes a contentious issue of understanding inertia. So we try to elaborate in terms of terminology to understand that it isn't just the X, Y, and Z axis of the transmission dimensions, but we also have the X, Y, and Z axis of the transition dimensions. And there's a relationship there where we go from understanding the salinity of the transmission dimensions to creating the inertia dimension of the transition dimension. So if we take 1 and 1 and come together with more than 2, so we take the 3 transmission dimensions, and of course we still have those, but now we've created a transition dimension. Is that where we stop? Well, no, because now we can also look at transmutation, and the transmutation becomes a product, similarly, of the 3 transition dimensions, the X, Y, and Z axis, which initially was an inertia field, but now the transmutation becomes an inertia field because it consists of X, Y, and Z axis. But we don't call it an inertia field, we call it gravity. So the inertia contention here, if we can draw a pattern, is the combination of the fields of salinity coming together and creating an inertia field. And from that, we create another field of transmutation, a gravitational field. But we understand that it's a two-way street. So it isn't just transmission to transition and transition to transmutation. We can go from transmutation back to transition and then down back to transmission. So isn't that normal? When you climb a staircase, do you ask yourself, are you climbing the up staircase or the down staircase? Only if you add motion to the staircase would you suggest that. But then you wouldn't call it a staircase, you'd call it an escalator. So the inertia contention then becomes a combination of the transmission and transition dimension. Obviously 1 plus 1, not the same one. And so with that duality, we create an inertia field of the transmutation dimension. And we have to remember that this is just a medium. It doesn't include the message. We haven't been very specific, except to say that there is a difference in the field strength. So when we're looking at the plasma junctions, these are the in-between states, what we call the transfer state dimensions. So in the transfer state dimensions, there has to be a transition. And to be a transition, there has to be transition matter. So we can transition from the transmission state to the intermediary state, which we call the transition state. And then we need another transfer state dimension to then progress to the transmutation state. But in order for us to achieve that, we have to have another kind of transition, another transition matter. So quite literally, we have a transition matter between the transmission and transition state. And we have another transition matter between the transition state and the transmutation state. So going back to our equation, maybe we can simplify it and then say, well, we go from one transition matter state to another transfer state, and in combination, we end up on another transition state. And so in that way, we could say that 1 and 1 is 2. But the transition matter in the first case is 1. And in this description, the transition matter state is 2. Something is wrong. It really doesn't add up, does it? What we have to understand is that there's an inertia junction. In order to facilitate this transition, we have to combine the transition matter state that connects the transmission to the transition with the transition matter that connects the transition to the transmutation state. And when we combine that, now we have a transfer state dimension. And now we have one transition matter state and another transition matter state, and 1 comes to 2. But it's more than 2 because we still have the transition matter state. Remember, we're talking about basic inertia. The inertia is coming together, the energy state that is a combination of 2 other energy states. So whether you're coming from the transmission state and going to the transmutation state, you are going through the plasma inertia junction. Or whether you're going from the transmutation state down to the transmission state, you're going through the plasma inertia junction. So whichever way you're going is not determined by this interaction. Something else comes into play. So if we're looking at the conservation of MAGRAV energy transfer states, and so we talk about the balance of the magnetical gravitational fields and the matter-gen convergence susceptibility, we find that the equilibrium on the Gantt state on the left and right side can be maintained as can be done the same in the nanostate as can be done in the atomic state, except for the atomic state is the lowest energy state, the nanostate is higher, and the GaN state is higher as we go on the road to the plasma science. But we also find that there's a combination field in between. So if we were to say that the GaN state as one and the nanostate as one, and so that fits because the GaN state is one and not the same one as the nanostate. So here we have one and a different one coming together. And these higher energy states come together at the lowest energy state, which is the atomic state, which is the fundamental part of the periodic table of elements. And so that becomes the inertia field. So 1 and 1 is more than 2. And we're still okay because we're not specifying which one. And as a matter of fact, then we can't specify which 2. We're just saying, here we have the creation of an inertia field. And so now we understand that when we're creating the universe, of course, it exists with energy. And as we said, that energy is always positive. So the charge on the energy is the motion, because energy is always in motion. And if it's in motion, so the coming together of the universal order of creation of matters brings together 3 energy states, the lowest energy state, the matter state, the dark matter, and the antimatter. So today we want to look at the dark matter as part of the black hole understanding, because both are kind of, well, they're both kind of dark. But as we look at the creation of matter and we understand that the matter has to have a combination, so it has to come from and go to somewhere. So it could come on any one of these matter states, or it can come together in between these matter states. And so when we say these matter states, all of these matter states are part of the plasma world, but they are specific to the physical world. And the reason for that is because the manifestation of the matter states comes from other energy states and the convergence of these energy states. In other words, the plasma rule is the higher strength feeds the weaker strength. So if the physical reality manifestation is of the lower energy state, and we don't know where the higher strength comes from, we have to understand that somehow, some way, it does come. And the reason for that is because we have the matter manifestation, and that becomes the binding zone. Some people misjudge that as a point of conflict. And so in reality, it is a point of conflict because here you have 2 forces coming together. But this is not a point of confrontation. This is a point of having a dance. Today is a very important day. 3 years ago, the Canadian trucker convoy was born. And so this was a manifestation of a convergence of different energies. And initially, it looked like a convergence of forces between the intention of the Canadian truckers and the intention of what we call the lockdown today. But there was a convergence of another force. There was another peacekeeping force. And so Canada experienced one of the greatest insults on that day. Canada, who has a massive reputation as a peacekeeping nation, was confronted with a United Nations peacekeeping army. Unfortunately, cooler heads prevailed, despite the fact that the temperature was minus 22 degrees Celsius, but nevertheless, the message was open. And this message continues today, because that point of confrontation between contentious issues came out to be a balance between the intensity of the situation and the outensity of the desire. The desire was a conflict resolution. And so that resolution became a point of containment. And that's what we're talking about in the plasma science. But some people don't understand that, because all they see is the energy binding for self-serving purposes. And there's nothing wrong with that. That is your responsibility. And the universe provides that, but we don't see that, right? We only see what we see. And so what we see is that some people get more energy binding because they have that self-serving need fulfilled at the expense of others. Well, these others are depending on that energy binding energy. And if it's being stolen from them, there's a deficiency. So we have two choices: either to increase the self-serving energy binding coming to us, or we have to carry on with that same method of operation and steal it from others. When we say steal it from others, we could steal it from others who are not related to this original problem, or we can direct it towards those who caused the problem and create that point of conflict, at which point we are sending more good energy towards the bad energy. And so we're doing this at the expense, again, at our expense, and at the expense of others. So those are two solutions, and we see the results. And I don't think anyone is proud of those results, because it creates a tensity relationship where we have this separation between the scientific responsibility and the spiritual responsibility to achieve this balance. So it's a plasma science which adds to the knowledge by the understanding of the magnetical and gravitational balance, which we call a MAGRAV. And the MAGRAV tensity affects the rate of change. So the knowledge and understanding how we can apply this, whether we apply it in the wake state or the dream state, are not the only two choices. There are other ways to do it, but at what rate? And as things are getting more accelerated, we find that the tensity increases. And as the tensity increases, things become more gravitational. And as things become more gravitational, we all know that they get harder and they get more dense. And so we find that when we're talking about the conservation of energy transfer, we really have to understand the conservation of inertia. And that's what we're talking about, basic inertia. So that we have options, we have choices, we can remain on one energy state and have the balance of one side and the balance of the other side come together and equal more than 2. Or we can have the balance on one side and the balance in one energy state, and on the other side in a different energy state where 1 and 1 come together and equal more than 2. So we can now look at the bringing together of the 3 dimensions of the matter, dark matter, and antimatter, and we can transition in between these energy states and still calculate the conservation of inertia, which is the assemblage of the energy fields of 2 fields coming together to create one field of inertia. And that's what we did in the cups of light, didn't it? We had the wires, we had the nano-coated wires, and we created GANs. And so in this case, the GANs was of a higher energy state, the wires were the lower energy state, the nano-coating process was the intermediary monatomic science state. And so we went from our nebulous point inside our core through our inner space and achieved manifestation of our emotional strength with a representation in what we call the different Ganses. And these Ganses, we call them the cups of life, but they created other fields. There was different manifestations of different Ganses, and everything from carbon to gold. But interestingly enough, what we seem to discount is the water and amino acid. What we did focus on was the zinc and the copper because they reflected some fundamental things that we needed for our existence. In other words, this became part of the plasma feeding. And what exactly were we feeding? And we always have to ask ourselves, are we satisfied or are we still hungry? So we have to keep track, stay on this one track. We call it the cup of man. And the cup of man is the inertia field, which is a combination of the emotional GANs and the physical GANs. The emotional GANs being the zinc GANs and the physical GANs being the copper GANs. And so when we bring these 2 together, we create an inertia field, call it the cup of man. But there was one more thing, and that was the cup of the soul, an even higher inertia state. So there we have the 3 cups coming together to create the one track cup of the soul. And isn't our brain replicating this? Except it has a different construction, has a different nature. It does have 2 fields, but it's the one track cup of the universe. It's only in its matter state that we can manifest a combination of the emotional and physical fields coming together. But that has to come together with the carbogen state, which straddles both the physical and the plasmatic fields. And so we, with our inertia of the mind, where we have a left side and a right side, that's our mind, okay, so the inertia field becomes the physicality of man. But in order to manifest, you have to manifest somewhere. You can't just manifest nowhere. So in order for the soul of physicality, it has to have an inertia manifestation. And so that depends on the soul of the earth manifesting into the physicality of the earth. So where the soul of the man and the soul of the earth come together, and we manifest both the physicality of man and the physicality of the earth, both of which are an inertia field manifestation. And then we have other elements. So we can call this the grand central station of the earth ganses, all coming together, the plasma junction we call the earth. And, everyone goes to their particular station. So, for instance, the copper ends up in Chile, and the oil ends up in the Middle East, and the gold ends up in Indonesia. And, there's a reason for this selection. It's all part of the Earth space range details, and they are a manifestation based on the prejudice of the Earth space. And so it has relied on the coming together of the energy of the principal matter, which comes from the PM ticks. And so where do these PM ticks come from? Because we've only been taking into account the antimatter, dark matter, and the matter gen coming together and creating this plasma gen conversion, which is really the gravitational MAGRAV force field. However, that MAGRAV force field is an inertia field of these energies coming together in terms of what we say as our physicality. But now we understand that we have to have an environment. So there's a MAGRAV inertia of the Earth state. And so the MAGRAV of our intention and the MAGRAV of the Earth's intention come together as a field interaction of inertia with respect to our physicality. So the PM ticks are not part of any of this, which isn't that kind of strange, because that's the same problem that we have. We are the observers. So what we're looking at is the matter plasma dimension, which on the one hand is physical. You can touch it and see it. And so if it's physical, then it's gravitational, and it's part of the feedback system. But if it's plasmatic, which you can't touch it or can't see, then that becomes part of the feeding system. So the feeding system is an inertia field, the feedback system is an inertia field, and matter plasma dimension is an inertia field. And we are feedback dominant. We're ignoring the other state. So we have to understand that there is a gravitational confirmation, and that is the coming together of the energy fields of the sun and the energy fields of the earth and the energy fields of the universe. And as they come together, they create this gravitational state that we call hydrogen. So hydrogen being a gas, we can't see it. So if we look at all the things that we can see, we understand that what we can see is the light. So let there be light, and we can see the emission spectrum of the hydrogen, which is in color, but it's a unique color specific to hydrogen, different from the gravitational conformation of oxygen, which also comes together in the same manner, the energy coming together from the force field of the sun, the force field of the earth, and the force field of the universal community, all converging together. And oxygen, of course, we can't see that either, but we can see the emission spectrum, because let there be light, and it's a different light from the hydrogen. So it all comes together. And in that process, we've created water. And water and oil don't mix. So that's why when we create our cells, they create a cell boundary. And so as they come together, they are gravitational, and the energy that is going from the cells to communicate with other cells is magnetical. So that all becomes part of the plasma chain. And so when we look at the plasma chain, we may or may not see it, and all I have to do is, I guess, ask the question is, what color is love? So I can't see the energy of love. I can't really grab onto it, but, maybe I can hug a surrogate of love. but the love is definitely there. I can feel it, I can sense it, but I can't contain it. And so we wonder, well, where is that coming from? And we say, well, that energy is coming to us, and that energy is the energy of light, and it's coming from the darkness. And this is the whole purpose of light, of life, isn't it? Is to come to the light. And so we see that as we create these cells, because there's a balance of the inside and the outside, so the outside is contained by the external tensity, but when we balance it off on each and every point, we develop this internal pressure because we have a greater density. And so this is how we can facilitate this plasma chain. But in order to maintain it, the energy still has to keep moving. So it follows this path, this plasma chain tracking system, which is the out-tensity interaction. And so if we go back to the beginning, and in the beginning, the neutron came before the atom and the PM tick. And the neutron, of course, was created through the manifestation of the light. As it came together, it created the neutron. And then the neutron will break up into an electron-proton combination. This combination, we call it an atom. But in that process, we also created a PM tick. And there had to be, because there was a consumption of energy, because the mass of the electron-proton combination does not balance the mass of the neutron. And so if the PM tick is the difference in that energy, and where did that PM tick come from? So we like to say it came from the darkness. Well, if it's coming from the darkness, let there be light. And you are the light. Isn't that what they say? You are the light. Well, you are the light. But we are all equal, even though some people think they're more equal than others. And they like to differentiate. So in this case, we're not differentiated, but when we look at the humanities civilization, oh yes, we're differentiated. You know, we have Asians, we have Pacific Islanders, we have African Americans, whites, Hispanic or Latinos, Middle Eastern or Northern African, and American Indians. And, you know, all of these humanities civilizations have the same story of creation, which is kind of interesting. It's about the only thing we all have in common. And when we look at energy and how it's manifest, we find that there's a specific sequence. And so when we align the sequence, we see, you know, the magnetic fields transfer into electric, and then electromagnetic, and then atomic and nuclear, and then into plasma. Then we find the soul of the body and the soul of the man. And each of these energy levels is of a higher energy state. And in understanding these energy sequences, we're able to produce a methane gas or carbon dioxide gas or electricity or water or hydrogen. And it all is understanding the magnetical force fields that are manifest from understanding attraction, which is part of the feedback, and it's representative of the gravitational intensity, whereas the repulsion is the feeding, and it's represented by the magnetical out-tensity. And as we say, there's a balance. So in all of these attributes, there's a balance. It's a two-way street then. So on the one hand, in order to maintain the balance of what we call the attraction repulsion fields, which means it's missing the magnetical. So that becomes part of the natural creation. And so for creating it, that's an out tensity. And then if we're looking at the repulsion attraction, which is the opposite, therefore we have to add the gravitational to counterbalance. And that becomes part of natural decay. And natural decay goes to a lower energy field, which means it's more intensity. So to paraphrase this, the balance field plus the magnetical is part of the emission plus the out density, or the maggrav plus the gravitational energy is part of the absorption or intensity. In no way are we describing which way it goes. We're just saying these are the places it goes. So what we can say is that we have growth. So growth is a change in the manifestation of the out density, isn't it? Because you grow into what you want to grow. And with what you want creates motion. So change with motion is growth. And so you grow as a child into an adult. And you get bigger, but everything gets bigger. It isn't just your legs that get bigger. Your arms get bigger. Well, your heart gets bigger. Your stomach gets bigger. Your head gets bigger. So that's all part of growth, and everything grows the same way, but that's a manifestation of the change. But change without motion is bulging. So if you don't grow and you just get bigger legs, then, you know, or a bigger stomach, then kind of bulge out. So bulging is the changeable relationship between intensity and out density. So this is where the dynamic field remains intact, but the conformity is variable. So the conformity, if it remains intact within a field, then it can vary across many fields. So the bulging is a conformity of overlapping fields, where some are variable, some are intact, and some vary across many fields. So the relationship between the intensity and out-density is a reflection of the changeable nature of all of these fields. So we can create bulging, or we can create bumps. And bumps are really the bulging at the surface of the field. And if that's the case, then these bumps can move through a field. But how did these bulging bumps come in the first place? Well, let there be light. The energy came in that was contained within this field, and it became a bump, and it moved through the field, and then it came to the surface. And when it came to the surface, what happens then? So inside, we see that there are round bubbles. But when we look at what we have inside, we have different bubbles. We have a kidney bubble, a pancreas bubble, a heart bubble. These are all odd and variable bubbles. And then sometimes we have bubbles within bubbles. Isn't every organ manufactured from organelles? And aren't all these organelles contained within cells? So the cells become the containment field that links up the organelles to the organs. So this is the game of tensity, the balance between intensity and outtensity. And this is why we see that the conformity of the bubbles is variable. But then, not only do the bubbles stay at the surface, but they can actually leave. And if they leave, then they have to have the same energy relationship as the original bubble. So in other words, the tensity stability has to be transferred from the one to the other. So we can see this in matter state. And we know that on the outside of the bubble is air, and we know on the inside of the bubble is air. So how do we, contain the air inside and have it balanced with the air on the outside? Well, that's where the intensity stability comes in. But if we break that stability, then we can create another bubble. But do we have to destroy the tensity stability of the first bubble? So if we contemplate the Saturn rings and we say, well, okay, we can't see any rings around the Earth. Well, we can't see them. Does that mean they're not there? Because with Saturn, we can see them. Is Saturn any different from us? Is Saturn the only planet with rings? So the interesting thing about these rings is that in between the rings, there are shadows. So the visible rings are part of the light, and the shadows are part of the darkness. And these rings are totally different than the body of the planet. So between the body of the planet and the rings are gaps, and even between the rings, there are gaps. And then, of course, there's an inside, there's an outside, right? So with respect to the intensity of the planet itself, the rings are part of the outtensity, but the rings themselves maintain a tensity because there's an inside of the ring, there's an outside of the ring, and then there's a gap. And even the tensity of the gap is determined by the inside of the gap and the outside of the gap. And then we go into another ring, which is even farther out, or so it appears. And then there's a termination point of the outside of that ring. And then there's nothing. It's all dark. There's nothing there. We don't see anything. The only thing that we see is what we see. We only see the light. And so there's another condition where the tensity of the original structure will dissolve. But in that process, the surface bubbles, the surface bumps remain, and the ones that have separated remain, because the tensity of the primary bubble is self-contained within the primary bubble. In other words, each bubble has its own tensity. So because one bubble loses its tensity does not mean that the other bubbles will also lose their tensity. So we're now introducing a substitution where we have the transference of the gravitational dominance. So this is transferred at the point of substitution. The point of substitution is where the intensity equals 0. The bubble bursts, and the outtensity equals 0. the bubble bursts. But it's entirely possible for the gravitational conformation to remain, whether it's in the primary or the secondary bubbles. But it's also possible for the gravitational conformation to dissolve. So we haven't determined which way we're going. What we have determined is that this substitution point is within the black hole field. Because both the intensity and the outintensity equals 0. There's nothing there. There is no light. And how can you see it when it's not coming to you? And so if we look at the transmutation sound ratio and say there's a car speeding towards you, you can hear it coming, because what you're hearing is the intensity of the sound. And the closer it gets, the louder the sound gets. So we call the sound is increasing in intensity. And then it's loudest when it's right there where you are. And then when the car is speeding away, the sound begins to diminish. And so the intensity is reduced. And that becomes part of the outtensity. And we know the difference because the changeability of the intensity by increasing means it's coming towards us. And isn't that the same true with light? And then the outtensity, we know that because the sound is diminishing, and isn't that the same with light? So if light is coming to us, it's getting bright, and if light is going away from us, well, it's kind of getting dark. And we all know that with our headlights when we're driving on the street. It's a lot easier to see things when they're closer than they are farther because of the diminishing intensity of the light the farther away it goes. So now we understand how there's a separation of this outtensity. And when we apply that to the plasma fields, and when we look at the images that are manifest by our soul, what we call the soul of man, the soul of physicality, and the physicality of the man, and we say, well, those are 3 plasma fields. And so if we look at these rings, so we looked at the side view of the rings from Saturn, and we saw the gap between the rings. But here we look at the picture of Jupiter, and we look at it through the ring, and we see there's an upper ring and a lower ring and a midpoint. And so we see this outtensity separation of the fields that are coming together to create the manifestation of the rings. So in other words, the manifestation of the rings is the inertia field, and the outtensity separation are the 2 fields that created this inertia field. And so there's an outtensity interaction as well, which is the connection of our inner space connected to the outer space. Oh, yes. So there's a connection of what we can see and what we can't see. And ironically, we can locate that which we cannot see. So that gives us a new understanding of the outtensity location. And since this is the last class on the basic inertia, we're going to borrow from another knowledge seeker, Mosvac, who has put together a brilliant class on understanding the roadmap to plasma science. And on that roadmap, we see the physicality of the carbon-12. We see the carbon-14 relationship to our soul, and we see the connection of carbon-13. And because the carbon-14 is feeding the carbon-13, we are able to get 80% of our energy that way. And then the carbon-14 is also feeding our carbon-12. But it's the carbon-12 which is feeding back to the carbon-13 and comprises of the remaining 20%. So now we have an accounting for the 100% arrival from the carbon-14 state to the carbon-12 state and back to the carbon-13 state. Now that we have the understanding of the carbon-13 state and its totality, we have to determine how are we going to continue feeding it. And how much do we do? Well, there has to be another feedback back to the carbon-14 state from there. So to understand how to read the roadmap, higher energy plasma feeds the lower energy. So as we said, by the sound intensity, the feeding intensity comes from the carbon-14 feeding the carbon-13. And the feeding intensity comes to the carbon-12. And so we need to take into account that carbon-14 is even, so it's symmetric. And carbon-12 is even, and it too is symmetric. And yet carbon-13 is odd, which makes it asymmetric. So if it's asymmetric, that means we don't know if it's coming or going. So we have to have a feedback from the carbon-12 to the carbon-13 and a feedback from the carbon-13 to the carbon-14. So it's not a direct feeding, but it's indirect. This becomes very important because the carbon-13 construction becomes an inertia field combination from the carbon-12 and the carbon-13. So either the carbon-13 is going to become a carbon-14 or the carbon-13 is going to become a carbon-12, only because the carbon-13 is taking more from the carbon-14 and is taking less from the carbon-12. And if we understand this relationship, where in this case the ratio is 4-to-1, which is double, actually, it's a square of 2-to-1. The relationship of the higher to the lower, we find that the energy keeps flowing back and forth. And if there's a blockage, as we see with the humanities civilization, and there's a blockage at the core for some reason. And that blockage happens to be in the path from the carbon-12 to the carbon-13. The feedback path is blocked. And so this festers and grows and migrates to the point where we have contention between all the civilizations that make up part of the humanity civilization. And we think this is normal because this is what we see. So we extend that to the rest of the universe. So we want to go into outer space, but we can't see outer space. All we can see is we can see the sun space, and then within the sun space is the planet space, and then some planets have a moon space, but everything is an in-between space. Seeing half the picture. Because there is something that we see that the out-density manifestation can create a bulge, but that bulge can then, in fact, get into being a total separation. And if we understand that each field is an inertia field, so where we could have a bubble on the inside, or we could have a bubble on the surface, or we can have a bubble within a bubble. So how does a bubble that's within a bubble become a bubble that's outside the bubble? How do we create this out-density manifestation, and how do we then advance to this out-density separation? Really what we're asking is, how are children born in the mother's womb? So we find that there has to be a ray motion, and it's part of the creation. So as we discussed before, there's a natural decay and a natural creation, but that's part of the creation, which is a balance of the intensity and the out-density. But then there's also a natural decay, which also has a balance between the natural creation and the natural decay. And that is a balance between the out-density and intensity. So whether it becomes creation dominant or decay dominant, there has to be a balance of field forces. And they balance and create an equality of balancing. So there's a relationship. And when we don't understand that as the observers, we fudge our knowledge with a bonding fudge factor. So we know it's working, but we don't know how it's working. And, you know, let's come together with some kind of explanation. But what we have to summarize is that there's a conservation of susceptibility. So each of us is a plasmatic variable, and each of us is independent, but collectively we're all interdependent. So each of us has the variability of a magnetical field and a gravitational field, which is a balance on one side, and the variability of a magnetical field balanced by a variability of a gravitational field on the other side. And where on this field you are and where on this field you maintain the maggraph balance is determined by its susceptibility. So when we're looking at the Earth space transmutation state, we have to take into account all three dimensions, the X, Y, and Z axis, and understand that it's the combination of these coming together, creating an inertia field of the Earth space transmutation state. And that becomes the exact same way that we have to see how we're manifest. And where is this energy coming from? And so that black hole that's in the middle of our eye is the manifestation of everything that we see. And it's a combination of the X, Y, and Z axis, which is an inertia state. It's an inertia field. So what we don't see is the outer space transmutation state. But that too is an inertia state. So now, when we look at the quadrants, and now that we have a schematic of the construction of our souls and our physicality and the interaction between our souls and our physicality, and if we understand that these are all inertia fields, then when we look at the transmutation ratio quadrants and we see some are on the left side, some are on the right side, some are on the upside, some are on the downside, and some are light, and some are a reflection of light. The light and the reflection of the light are what we see that's coming to us, and what we create from that energy that is coming to us. What we don't see is that energy that is going away from us. And so what we don't see is strictly a black hole. Question is, if on our side it's a black hole, what's on the other side? Well, let's look at something very, very simple. Day and night. Sun comes up in the morning, let there be light. It shines on you. And then at the end of the day, it doesn't shine on you anymore, and then it's dark. Does that mean that the earth is no longer getting the sun from the sunshine from the sun? So I think we understand that the sun is shining on the other side of the earth. And if we wait long enough, it'll come back on our side. And then it will shine again. The conclusion of this example is that the sun is always shining on the earth. Just because we don't see it doesn't mean it's not shining. So the question is, if the light is shining and you pull the curtains, then suddenly it's dark. And when you open the curtains, suddenly it's light. So let there be light. So now we understand the black hole transmutation process. And so we understand that if we go from energy state to energy state, such as atomic state to one atomic to polyatomic to the plasma field, and then we can go one step beyond, well, we have to go one step beyond in the other way, because it's a two-way street. And when we go beyond, then we go beyond into the unknown frontier. And it's unknown because we can't see it. All what we see is what we can see. What we can't see, we can't see. And if that sounds obvious or overly simplistic, it is. So, if we accept our reality to be that which we can see, then how do we rationalize that with babies being born? How do we rationalize that with the production of GANs? How do we rationalize that with the production of gold? How do we rationalize with the production of energy? Electricity, water, food. How do we rationalize if we can see with the sound? We know when it's coming and when it's going, but we can literally, through ultrasound, create an image. Well, faster than the speed of sound is the speed of light. And so we are now moving beyond ultrasound, where we can see the connection of the soul and the physicality. We can see the position of the soul of the man and the soul of the body and the physicality, and we can see the interaction. We need to bring this in focus, and we need to understand that what we see is only part of the picture, and we're the ones who are looking. So since we're the ones who are looking, we're only seeing half the picture. Really? Are we that handicapped? So we have to understand that when we take into account the surface to volume ratios, it isn't 1 and 1 is more than 2. It's 1 plus 1 and another 1 is more than 3, because we are the observers of these 3 dimensions coming together. So we're none of those 3 dimensions. So where is that other dimension? And that's the question. So when we look at the pH of the magraphs, and we find that the speed of rotation affects the transmutation transition, or we see that, our planet is a blue planet, so the intensity, the outensity are balanced in that range. But everything else, once we get out of the fields of the blue planet, it's dark. And we know that because when the sun stops shining and goes on the other side of the planet, it's really dark outside. And so that's probably the problem we're having with the pH of peace, because we only want to see the light, but we have to see the darkness as well. And it's all part of the balance, because there's many points on the field strength of the dove. And that's why the research needs to continue. We've only started the intense research on the space plasma. And we need to understand that, because that's how the outer space was created. And it created us. And so here we are in the transmutation training. And for February, March, and April, we're continuing on these training classes. And then there's another training session to measure how much we've progressed in our understanding. When you learn, you become more. And so you take what you knew, you add what you know, what you learn, and you manifest in what you know. And that becomes your new inertia field. So this is all part of the transmutation. So the range transition transcends the inertia field transmutation dimensions. Each energy field is an inertia field. And the laws of conservation govern. Either covalent, that's 2, trivalent, that's 3, tetravalent, that's 4 bonding attributes. And so the containment of the inertia is manifest through the contention of equality. The soul of the man cannot be abandoned and cannot be compromised. And the color of man is based on the integration with the soul of the man. So this is the integrity of man. We're all equal in that regard. So there's a non-linear unity where we have relationships based on path link and susceptibility. So our emission of attention is balanced by the emission of retention. And so there's an interaction to create the emission of intention. And it creates a balance of contention. This balance of contention is the balance of equality, not conflict. And so all we have to do is extend the antenna to catch the message that is going over the media. So the message is part of the feeding and the feedback. And in both cases, it's a manifestation. So this transmission tuning can transit between the different transition points. And so we have to understand that by selecting one force, which is magnetic and balanced by the force selection of another gravitational force, this result is the MAGRAV manifestation. And this selection manifestation is predetermined. By choosing the peace dome of intention. So it's the emission of intention which affects the standard folding deviation and leaves no room for war. The transmutation manifests in balance with the peace dome. It's all part of the greater oneness. And we've been teaching that for 575 weeks in a row with Rick Crammond through the Knowledge Seekers workshops. Going on, this is 11 years, transcending the limitations of nuclear science. And this is for all of us. There is no discrimination. There's no inequality when we talk about equality. This is the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute. Teachings on plasma science, so welcoming all the beautiful knowledge seekers learning about the new selection process of the new plasma science. There's a world peace treaty. We need to sign it. We need to sign it with true intention, because that is highly visible in whichever dimension we operate in. So is man the reactor of a three-dimensional transcended inertia? As we navigate, we find that there are no straight lines through field transmutation. And can we go into outer space without a peace dome? Not really. We're very restricted. So is the inertia of the present governed by dimensions of history? Only if we allow it. So how do we impart the transition of energy states of inertia? So it comes together with the understanding that the black hole is the connection of inertia fields to the physical transmission dimensions, which we didn't say which dimension. All we said is the plasma science needs to be delivered daily via the peace dome in exchange for peace on Earth. So welcome to the new outer space age. And not only is this the end of the lesson, it is the end of the basic inertia series. So thank you very much. I hope you all enjoyed this trip.
Thank you, Alex. Very interesting. Again, when mankind finds out about the speed of the light being the actual slowest speed in the universe, again, they're going to pause and think how many books have written this and how many people have supposedly substantiated this understanding, and then we're going to come to find out it's not really it's the slowest speed. And this is again going to give a lot of time for reflection. And this is why Mr. Keshe wants to end the wars, as in the time of the past. This is why the ancestors, I think, have made so much progress, because there was no war and there was no fighting going on. They had plenty of time to understand about themselves and their creation, and apparently they did quite a good job with it up to a certain point. So this is just going to be shocking, a shock upon a shock upon a shock as the new technology comes out. Things are happening, creating water and so on, and then the science. So I think will there be a lot of book burning, or what will we do with these books? I don't know if they'll leave them in the public domain, or maybe for future to see how we've been misled. And so let's see if the participants have any thoughts or questions about what you just covered or opened up. It would be great to use the AI. You know, some people say we have 70 trillion cells, other people say it's 35 trillion or whatever it is. Can you imagine the AI creating a human structure where we can actually see very small black holes with each cell? I mean, this would, and then put it into live sort of work. We're going to look at ourselves much, much differently. The only things we think we get is matter state things, but if we had a mapping of the structure of the man, we would see quite a bit of energy coming in, and then of course this aura that would explain that. That's what we don't need, right? This is what we're giving off, is the auras, and that's what he was saying. We will just take from the aura of these things because that's what they don't need. So I think this would be a great interactive map, and I don't know how it would be done, but I think the AI could sort of create that with maybe bigger black holes for the soul and then smaller ones for the soul of each cell. And this will be an amazing drawing of mankind, rather than just looking at the heart and the lungs and the kidneys and the intestines and the muscles and all that. This will be a totally new awakening, I think, when they see how much energy interaction is going on without us even being aware of it. And I think it'll help people to move into, again, understanding our true nature, which is non-physical. Anyone else would like to ask a question or share or make a comment on all this? I put in the chat, of course, the creation of black holes. I think everyone has read that, but it's good to review it or read it again. I think as you gain knowledge, it's just like reading the holy books in a way. The more you think you understand or do understand, I think different things open up in different ways. So we put that in there. That's on the Keshe Foundation wiki and so on. Is Mosfak here? Maybe he'd like to explain a little bit more about his drawing. Thank you for using that, Alex. I don't see him. Anyone else want to ask a question? I think that means everyone understood, Alex.
Is that what it means?
I think so, yeah. At least the souls have understood. As we know, nothing is hidden from the soul.
One thing that, even though it is hard to understand, hopefully I made some things clearer, but the point is that there's a consistency. When you look at the teachings of Mr. Keshe, and you look at the history of humanity, there is no inconsistency. And that was one of the reasons when I joined the foundation, that's the first thing I was looking for, because it's a lot easier to look for an inconsistency than to look for, as you say, proof. So failing to find the proof of inconsistency is the proof of consistency. And Mr. Keshe's teachings have been really, really consistent, to the point where you take theory and convert it into the practical applications. So now we're starting to see the nascence of the roadmap to the plasma highway. You have to understand and or have confidence in the future that if we can take sound and create an image in ultrasound, then we can take light and create an image. It's just a matter of moving from the research side into the practicality side. So as you say, the future is bright.
And everybody quotes Einstein. I think he's, as Stephen Hawking's did, he's going to lose a bit of shirt, I think, where everyone has held the scientist in such high esteem. And as Mr. Keshe said, God knows it's been a fraud. And there will be a lot of frauds exposed, I think, in the world of science and perhaps other areas. So it's a beautiful time because this is the enlightenment of man to the universal knowledge. And what would we, in other words, if our ancestors never used hydrogen or the terms carbon and the rest of this, oxygen, what are the terms we would replace that with, Alex? Maybe we need to go and back into the where did they keep a lot of this knowledge, in the mystical end of it or something? What would we replace these terms with?
So that's a really good question, but it assumes one thing, which has been drilled into us, is that our ancestors were not as knowledgeable as we are today. We're in the modern times, and our ancestors were kind of in the Stone Age. And, our ancestors in the Stone Age could build the pyramids, and we in the modern times could not replicate that. So this is a contentious issue, is it not?
Or they could grow their own tail when we had a tail.
Well, you have to look at the evidence. Let's put it this way: when they do archaeological digs, and they say, oh well, that's an Iron Age, or that's a Bronze Age, or whatever. Do you know how intelligent those people were? There's no rationale there. What we do know is that they ate food the way we ate food. So, we find, vases and plates and things like that. So there are domestic artifacts that we find that we have today still in the same way. So the thing that we can't find is we can't seem to find how they made these things. And so we try and come up with them. But the interesting point that I'm really alluding to is that as we try and mimic these things, we are doing that within our lifespan, which is, generally speaking, well, retirement age in Canada, for instance, is 65. So up until the age of 65, you can do things, and then after that, you become stupid. So within those 65 years, we have to kind of learn how to replicate these older systems. But the thing is, these older systems have been around, as they say, over several thousand years. So what that means is that the knowledge that we have attained within our 60 years of existence is equal to the knowledge that they would have gained within their 60 years of existence. So to suggest that, we have made more advancements because we're part of the modern age than they would have made in the past is just an assumption. It's a straight line extrapolation based on, well, here's where we were in history, and this is what we had, and now, we've come into the modern age and we have more. And yet, when we look in the modern age, and if we look at someone who lives in a primitive culture, let's say an Aborigine in Australia, for instance, and I'm talking about the ones who are actually living in their native state, if you introduce them to the modern era where there are cars, it would be a shock. But this is the same kind of shock that we have if we're saying, well, in the history, the knowledge base was equivalent to that of the Aboriginal race, and then we are more advanced. Except for one small little detail. At the bottom of the 9 civilizations that comprise Babylon, we found those green crystals, which are a byproduct of a nuclear reaction. And this has been a contentious issue all the way through history, that these stupid people, these uneducated people, these people with limited technology had nuclear capability. And we don't recognize that. So that anomaly has never been resolved. And that is why we are all part of the Knowledge Seekers team with the Keshe Foundation. Because what we've been told is not working. So that's the proof that you need. What's not working is not worth pursuing. So what is working, and if we don't know what it is, we can pursue that. But there's no point pursuing what is not working. It's a time to stop. And it's just time to change the direction and go in the other direction. And is the other direction maybe a 90-degree deflection, or is it 180 degrees? Well, according to the plasma science, there's a magnetical side and a gravitational side, and they're always in balance. So if we're focused on something that is not working, then the opposite must be the side that is working. So feel free to turn around 180 degrees and pursue in that direction. Check your stubbornness bags at the door and walk on through to the other side. And that's what we've tried to do here with our limited knowledge, because we don't have access in this discussion to confidential or classified information. And so this is a public class, and what we're trying to do is to bring the understanding of the plasma science in terms that we can understand. And so fundamentally, we have to understand that if our neighbors are at war, we're at war. And if our neighbors are at peace, we're at peace. And when we're in peace, we're in prosperity. And if you have commerce and you want to pursue prosperity, you need healthy neighbors. You need prosperous neighbors, because only healthy and prosperous neighbors can interact with you and make you prosperous and healthy. So our independence is dependent on the interdependence with our neighbors. So if you want to look after our own self-serving interests, then we have to look after our neighbors' self-serving interest. What we have to do is keep it within range of our capabilities. And so right now, where we are, each of us is in the range of being able to deliver the beginnings of peace and prosperity on this planet. And in order for us to continue on that path, then we have to ensure that the peace and prosperity is also continuous. And that becomes the duty and responsibility of everyone on this planet, because what we're doing right now is not working. So enough with trying to figure out, who is doing the wicked deed, or exposing and whistleblowing and things like that, spending a lot of time and energy into that. What we need to do is manifest the physical, practical application of the plasma science directly affecting all of us, because as we speak, the American economy is crashing. And with it, the Canadian economy is crashing. And as we see the confrontation within the US putting up tariffs on trade with Canada and with Mexico, and Canada is retaliating, so we're not going to buy your watered down beer. We don't buy your watered down beer anyway, so but it's a nice point of retaliation. So what it means is that the Americans will pay 25% more, the Canadians will pay 25% more. And when the tariffs go down, we've seen it in the past. You know what happens? Nothing. The prices stay high. This is just a gimmick to cause a massive 25% inflation rate across North America. And as we wake up to the reality, we have to see that this kind of manipulation and abuse of humanity is against the, shall we say, universal law. And with that, I just want to thank everybody for allowing me to continue to present. And I just want to make sure that you understand that in listening to this today or tomorrow or whenever, it's not just being at the right place at the right time. You have to recognize when you're there. And once you recognize that, then maybe you can do something about it. But one of the things that you have to understand is that it behooves you and your responsibility to do something, to take advantage of that, because that is not only the roadmap to the plasma highway, but it's the roadmap to peace and prosperity. Thank you all. Back to you, Mark.
Okay, just to repeat what Mr. Keshe said in the beginning of the workshops, he's talking about, again, I was thinking he wants to return us to an understanding residents of this planet had 10,000 years ago. Isn't that about the age of the pyramids? And of course, today we say there's no way man could have built pyramids because they only had copper tools. And of course, copper and granite or whatever, really, it's, again, using something plastic in a way to cut wood. But we can't do that. But maybe we're going to find out, as he said, I'll just read this. It means he's talking about if you mention hydrogen to a man from space, and we talked about this earlier, it means we start from a field. The collection of these energies behaving, interacting, we call it the language of the man, hydrogen. If you say to a man from planet Zeus, hydrogen, he says, what? If you explain to him how strength of certain energy leads to creation of certain things, then he understands because he has no name for it. He understands the concept. He understands the process of creation. And in fact, those who were residents of this planet already understood this. Man of cultures of thousands of years ago understood fields. They never understood hydrogen. We just given them name to them in past 100 years. They understood the concept of interaction. And this is what man has to go back to. What fields do, how they interact, what's the essence of their interaction. And then once you understand this, you don't need to give it the names of hydrogen or carbon or whatever else. So that was my question. What are we going to be changing these to? Just a general interaction of energies? I'm just wondering what was written, if we can find some texts of back then and how they talk and spoke.
Oh, well, chariots of fire, how about that?
Okay, you're talking the book?
No, what kind of chariot has a fire, and why would it be a chariot? Because the average person had a chariot. The not so average person had fire coming out of his chariot. But, did it look like a chariot? In other words, we could say, the modern cars are, the
Yep.
motor is chuck wagons.
Mhm. Horseless carriage.
Yeah. Bingo.
So we still have a ways to go, especially what he said here. You only give it the names of hydrogen and carbon when you don't understand the interaction of fields. Then you revert back to these names. And of course, these names keep us in a box, and I think they keep us confused as well. So the process may be getting simplified, but this is what he said we're taking mankind back to. I don't think we'll be living in caves or anything like that, and perhaps they never did either. Our whole history may be rewritten in the upcoming period when some of this knowledge becomes more available to more people.
Well, I've had a personal experience, Mark, where in the last little while, I have been talking to people with a high degree of educational knowledge. And to entertain this particular subject has been a chore. So, it is not, you have to look at it. Even, I honor the people who come to our classes on Sunday. Maybe they stick it out as long as it is because it's interesting, or maybe it's because they haven't invested the time on Thursday with the Knowledge Seekers Workshop or on Friday with the Brazilian community. And so that's fine. But, you and I are here and it's always a long meeting, but as a long meeting, it really blows by very quickly because of the things that we're discussing. So the point is that you find that the people who have been part of this panel for an extended period of time have gained an enormous amount of knowledge. And it isn't from the knowledge that you and I just have conveyed. It is added to their existing knowledge, whatever it is. And we have people on this panel with all levels of education. So that is not the criteria of the understanding. The understanding is how it merges and blends with their soul. And that is the focal point. And then from that, that knowledge becomes common knowledge. It's not, a knowledge that belongs to an exclusive club. We are members of an exclusive club that's called the Humanity Civilization. So we are already there. It's just now, to share the knowledge. And we forget how far we've progressed. And the reason we've progressed that far is because we've invested the time and attention. And you are what you give your time and attention to. And so we find that despite the knowledge or education, if you will, the time and intention hasn't been invested in these sources. And I can speak from personal experience. I did not know about a lot of this technology prior to the age of 40. And so once I went through that door, if you will, I was really, really disappointed because the 40 years that I had spent in acquiring the knowledge has been deficient, has been incomplete, has been full of not gaps, but holes, the kind of holes you develop from wearing out things, wearing out your socks or wearing out your pants, wearing down the knives so you can't cut through even through butter. And this is so disappointing. And, for me, it was 40 years. For a lot of people, 40 years is a long career. There are a lot of people who haven't lived 40 years. So what happens in that case? Do they have to acquire the knowledge that I got at 40 years? Do they have to get that at the age of 25 or 20? Or are they victims to the same kind of lack of knowledge that I suffered through all those years? And I suffered with that lack of knowledge, but I also suffered with the knowledge because it was incongruous. I couldn't rationalize it. So I needed to learn more to get to that point of comfort, because I was very comfortable in the old knowledge, despite the fact that it didn't deliver what I had aspirations for when I was a teenager. It was a massive failure, a massive failure. And then at that point, I had to make a decision. Do I carry on and support that massive failure? And I see us continually doing that. And then I try and figure out, well, why are we supporting that massive failure? Well, because it's stabilizing. We have our imagery of a type of life, and it's comfortable. And we kind of ignore all the boo-boos and the aches and pains. And we've gone to the point where, and you can talk to a senior citizen, and all the aches and pains are rationalized by saying, well, that's what happens when you get old. You develop aches and pains. So they accept it. But where is it written that you have to be old and decrepit? Well, the problem with our society today is that we have started to develop young and decrepit. So being decrepit is not an age thing anymore. So you can't justify saying, oh, well, I'm old, that's why I've got all these aches and pains. So that means the young have no excuse whatsoever. Oh, how come you have aches and pains? You're so young. So age has nothing to do with the pain. Age has nothing to do with the debilitation. So what is it? So what does age mean? What do all these other things mean? And so when I asked, can you help me find a way to overcome cancer? Well, in order to understand that, you had to understand about life. And oh my God, it's such a big challenge. I'm not ready to understand about life. I'm still, I'm still trying to learn how to, make ends meet. But once we understand about life, and I see that now, it would have affected my marriage or marriages. It would have affected my partnerships. It would have affected my relationships with my friends and my enemies. And I would have done things differently. But I also was carrying that baggage and saying, wow, I really made a mistake back then. And that's the reason I'm suffering today. Well, that's not the reason. The reason I'm suffering today is because I'm still carrying that baggage. And so it is to say that whatever happened in the past will neither qualify you nor disqualify you from the future. It only shows you how things work. And for some of us, we need a harsher lesson. And so if you've ever coached a sports team with multiple players, you know that some players you have to kick them, and other players you have to soothe them, and other players you just have to know how to instruct them, and they gather the knowledge in and they can interpret it and do exactly what you want. And so you find that the full range of emotions and understanding and personalities, and they come together, and a good coach can put all of that together. But to understand that the coach has personality and emotions. And so can the coach park that at the door and just focus on the emotions and personalities of the players and work in their best interest exclusively? Because by doing that, he becomes a good coach. So you don't become a good coach by bringing in good players. It helps. But, as the player says, I want to join a winning team. Really? Well, you're on a losing team. Is it possible that the team is a losing team because of you? So maybe you come to a winning team, will turn it into a losing team. So we really have to think twice if that's what we want. So we really have to understand the true meaning of what we're trying to achieve. And I mean, really understand it. And if we understand that what we are manifesting in the physicality is an inertia field that comes from the combination of the field forces that have affected our soul of the man and the soul of the physicality, and if we understand that when we talk about balance and we look at the roadmap to plasma, we find, wait a second, the feeding energy and the feedback energy are not the same. The paths are not the same. So if they were the same, they would be in balance. And then when you're in balance, well, nothing happens. So the coming to balance and the going away from balance are part of the motion. And that's what makes the world such a wonderful place. And we need to look at it that way. Not to tell the universe to shut up, but to work with the universe and understand that if we want the man-made world to reflect the universal-made world, then, maybe we should use the same rules. Thanks, everybody. And thanks, Mark, for leading the group here. And I think everybody appreciates your contribution here in ways that you
I'm
can.
following the group, hardly leading it. Anyway, I'd like to play the last couple minutes of the workshop. Thank you, Alex, and thank you everyone for being here. Let's just share the screen of the store for a moment. I think my mouse is running out of power.
Oh my God, don't do that.
One of these wireless mouses or something. Here we go.
Oh, yeah. Take the screen.
Okay, here we go. And just to remind everyone about the transmutation test coming up this month, March and April. And here it is in the store right here, where you can all participate. But let's hear what Mr. Keshe said about how they touch your emotions. And we'll just play this up to the end of the workshop, and then we'll play the disclaimer, and the meeting will come to an end. Anyone else want to make a comment, a thought, a question to Alex, or just say something you've been holding that you'd like others to hear? Okay, very well. Thank you all again for being here. And as we've played this, remember the three wise men about thinking good, speaking good, and acting good. And then, of course, may you be proud of the work you do. May you be proud of the person you are, and may you be proud of the difference you make. And I think we'll see more of these things manifest in the future time, where we'll come more to a realization of what we've actually started to accomplish. So we encourage you all to take part in the transmutation flight test. This is another way of keeping the Keshe Foundation free for humanity, or to perhaps purchase something from the store. There's some inexpensive products that are priceless, for example, the butterflies and so on. And if not, use the best tool we have, using your energies to help bring the change. And this is what the Universal Council is learning as well. So let's see if we can just play that. I don't know where it went. Oh gosh, every time it seems you change something here, something else changes. I'm just going to put this screen up. Maybe we can, there it is. Okay. So let's hear the last couple minutes of the workshop, thinking about the transmutation test, if we can. I'm just trying to get this proper here. Okay, thank you all. Have an amazing rest of your day. Continue to be kind, be humble, be detached. And this will come into play. So I think he's preparing us for this, not to lord it over anyone of how wise you were, how smart you were. Remember, we were just touched a bit earlier than the others. So it's nothing special in a way. They'll come into the same understanding as time goes on. And as he said, allow them to absorb this knowledge, and they may end up to be better servants of humanity than you. So let's just play this last couple minutes of the workshop, thinking about the transmutation and what has been achieved in here and how they can touch your emotions and so on. And of course, it's playing. Let's see if we can just find another copy of this. I don't think I can. So rather than play this, again, Alex, you say they come here to hear the workshop. We only scratched the surface. We probably played about 20 minutes or so of a 4-hour workshop. So there's much for you as, again, your responsibilities to investigate and understand this knowledge for yourself. And what we'll do is we'll just play the Wellness Center. We put in the chat how to contact the Keshe Foundation doctors. We'll play that, then the final disclaimer, and the meeting will come to an end. Thank you all again. Let me just bring the volume up here, and actually I'll tone it down a bit for the intro. It's a little bit strong. Okay, make sure we're sharing properly. And thank you all.
This is what you see is what is to come. It's the first time you see the Space Center Wellness Center. These systems can reach man in the deepest part of the universe. As you can see, the transmutation and transportation of the soul and the physicality is within the system. And you will see each system on its own. It can reach all conditions of unwellness of the body of the man operated by doctors. It is part of the space program. And for the first time we show what is to come. And these machines have been operating for past 12 months. We know how they work. And some of you who've been to LINS sat in some of these systems. Now they've been positioned as one of the first wellness centers in the world. Now you see the future of wellness, feeding and making peaceful man out of the man. In this center in coming months, hundreds of these units will be installed. And more or less anyone in the world can reach. As you can see, there is room enough to add huge number, and the doctors will monitor everything remote. This is more or less the hospitals of tomorrow with no patients.
Disclaimer: the information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GANs processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.